Present. Before we get started, the clerk. Oh. Right, I'm going to place something on the record. The exhibits that were originally entered as state exhibits that are now court exhibits, the clerk has asked that I put this on the record. What was states 117 is now court exhibit 3. What was previously state exhibit 118 is court exhibit 4. What was previously state exhibit 163 is now court exhibit 5. What was previously state exhibit 203 is now court exhibit 6. What was previously state exhibit 373 is court exhibit 7. Okay, just another housekeeping matter. This is a very large courtroom and it fits a large number of people. Of course, everyone is welcome. However, I would ask, please be respectful to both sides when they are giving their closing argument. I ask, please, there's no talking at all because even if there's a few whispers here and there, it's very distracting and it's not fair for the lawyers who have worked very hard to prepare their closing arguments for today.
Your Honor, can we make sure that the cameras, the monitors in the back are not on, so anything that I may want to use during closing or just for the court, the jurors, and the defense and the state?
Sure. Don't the camera show whoever's speaking?
Yes, I'm sorry. So if he's in the court speaking, he's going to show him.
So those monitors in the back, if you're speaking, would be showing you.
No, that's okay. I'm just talking about I'm going to show a video or a photograph.
Okay.
I don't want.
So any documents or video or audio that you're going to be showing, well, not audio, but video or documents, anything that you're using is sensitive and is not to be shown to the audience. Is that correct?
Exactly right. Some of it is sensitive.
Okay. Do you want to let us know if it's sensitive, or do you want to?
It's anything that I'm going to use except for one record is sensitive. I'm going to show the video.
I understand. So we'll just make sure the monitors are off for anything that you show.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that?
I thought you were going for that one sensitive.
No, he said everything he's showing is sensitive except one thing.
Oh,
So I can turn it off now then.
so we can off.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Jason?
Where's Gabe at?
Are both sides ready to bring in the jurors? Okay.
Jurors are entering.
All jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys are now going to have the opportunity to present closing argument. Pursuant to the rules of procedure, the state goes first. State, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, the testimony and the evidence that has been introduced during these proceedings has shown and revealed what happened, what occurred on Valentine's Day, February the 14th, 2018. Exactly what happened. The testimony revealed the unspeakable, horrific brutality and the unrelentless cruelty that the defendant performed in the 1200 building on February the 14th, 2018. It has been said that what one writes and that one says is a window into someone's soul. And some of the remarks the defendant wrote on his YouTube were, "No mercy, no questions, double tap. I'm going to kill a shit ton of people and murder children." And on July the 4th, 2017, "I love to see the families suffer." You're entitled, and I suggest that every YouTube comment, every search, everything that's in evidence, you can review when you're deliberating. And I suggest you take all the evidence, all the videos, all the photographs, all the records back to consider. And look at the comments, the YouTube comments and the searches the defendant wrote and what he searched. Because what one writes, what one says, is a window to someone's soul. What he wanted to do, what his plan was, and what he did was to murder children at school and their caretakers. That's what he wanted to do. That's what he planned to do. That's what he wanted to do. And that's what he did. And he picked Valentine's Day to do it while school was in session. And you could tell by the evidence and the testimony, you've been sitting here and listening to everything, this plan was goal-directed, it was calculated, it was purposeful, and it was a systematic massacre. And this is just not somebody with a high-powered AR-15 rifle, shooting people. And I'm going to get into the details, but just to start off with Gina Montaldo and Luke Hoyer and Martin Duque Aquiano. I'm going to go over it, but if you can remember from the start, they were huddling in front of classroom 1214, hiding and wounded. What did the defendant And we know from looking at his YouTube comments and his searches, he was certainly thinking about it. In fact, he told, I think it was Dr. Denny or Dr. Scott, that he'd been watching the Columbine when he was 13 or 14 years old, the Columbine shooting. So we know he's been talking about it for a long time and thinking about it for a long time. So what's he do? First thing you do, you want to accomplish something, you research. So he researched. He researched prior mass shootings. So he researched, obviously, Columbine, because he mentioned that when he was 13 or 14. So he looks up the Columbine mass shooting at the school, Charlottesville shooting, the McDonald's mass shooting in San Diego, the Montreal Polytech in Montreal, Canada, the Las Vegas shooting that I mentioned before, the Aurora shooting that I mentioned before, the Aurora, Colorado movie theater, Virginia Tech. He researches the Virginia Tech mass shooting. He looks up Westlake, Minnesota high school shooting, and also the Jakola High School in Finland. He did all that research. And then what else do you do after you do your research? You get all your details in order. Was he detailed? Let's look at what he does. First of all, he already had his AR-15, Smith & Wesson 5.56, M&P 15, serial number TF16214. When did he buy that? He bought that on February, he picked it up on February the 18th, 2017. Almost a year before the murders at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. So he had the gun. So what else do you need now? Now, we know from him speaking to Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott, he made some additions to this gun. He put a bipod on it, and you'll see it. You've seen it. It's in evidence. He put a vertical grip for better balance, and he put a sling on it. So now what do you need for a mass shooting? You need a lot of what? You need a lot of ammunition. You need a lot of rounds. You need a lot of bullets. So it accumulates a lot of bullets. What did he say on the cell phone video? A couple what? Tracer rounds. So we got tracer rounds. What else do you need? If you have bullets and you have a semi-automatic weapon, you have to have a firearm magazine that goes in a firearm magazine well. So it accumulates magazines. And we know from the testimony that he brought 11 firearm magazines to Marjory Stoneman Douglas when he entered the 1200 building. Okay, so now you have that. What else do you need? Well, how long does it take a cop to respond to a school shooting? He researched that. And you can see that, in what's been introduced in his searches. How long does it take for a cop to respond to a school shooting? What else? The bell schedule. Even though he went to Marjory Stoneman Douglas, he downloaded the bell schedule. What else do you need? You need, now you have magazines and you put your bullets in the magazines. How are you going to get these magazines to the school? Well, how about a vest? And the vest has to have a lot of pockets because you're going to put those magazines. And the magazines that are left are in evidence. Feel how heavy just one of them is. Now he's got to get something to keep these magazines, to take them to the school. So he gets this vest that has 10 pockets, pouches, so he can put those magazines, those fully loaded magazines in that vest. Okay, now he's got a vest. You can't wear that vest and just get in the Uber and go to school with that vest. So you have to do what? You have to find a way to transport that vest. So he has a backpack. And what does he do? He puts the vest in the backpack. In the vest are the 10 magazines. 40-round magazines. I think there were 2 40-round magazines, and the rest were 30-round magazines. And he had a 10-round magazine in his pocket. What else? You got to take the gun. You just can't take the gun on Uber. So you may recall that he was searching for a guitar case. He finally wound up with that Cabela bag. All right, so now you got this Cabela bag. You have to figure out what? Something to say to the Uber driver because she may be suspicious. So what does he say to her? I'm going to music class. Explains his instrument that he's taking. So now he has something to transport his rifle, something to transport the vest that contains the magazines. What else? You want to blend in, right? So he gets his JROTC polo shirt to wear. All these details he thought of, and he did. That's exactly what he did. And when he went there, he told the Uber driver, He was going to music class. He told the Uber driver, and this is really interesting. You talk about executive function. Remember the mental health experts were talking about executive function. He's on his way to school, to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. He's directing Laura Zucchini. She was the Uber driver. Where to go? Remember, she was going to go straight down and Hamburg Road and cross Pine Island and go to a different exit. No, he didn't want to go there. He knew, first of all, in planning, you have to know where you're going to go. So he wanted to go to the pedestrian gate that's on Pine Island Road. So he directed Miss Lucchini to make a left-hand turn on the Pine Island to go to the pedestrian gate. You also have to research what time you're going to get there. First of all, those gates lock after the students and the teachers go into school, so they have to open up prior to school letting out. But you don't want to get there exactly when school's letting out at 2:40 because you're going to be what? Losing your targets. So he gets there after the gates open and before school lets out at 2:40 because he arrives what? At 2:19. He starts shooting in the hall at 2:21:33. So he did all this research, he did all this thinking, and on the way to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in the Uber, what is he doing? Remember they're talking about executive function? What is he doing? And it's introduced in evidence. Look at it. He is having it's a three-way because he's involved with two other people. He's trying to get and text to Angie Gilmartin, who's not at Marjorie Stoneman. She's at another school, and she says, look, I'm busy, I'm at school, I'll talk to you later. And then he's also texting J.T. Jameson Sneed, who he was living with that family, about having a party and having girls over. So he's having this conversation on his way, his texting conversation, to do two different people while he's on his way. And he tells J.T. Sneed, what? Can you get the girls there? Where are you going? I'm going to the movies. I'm not going to work. I don't go to school on Valentine's Day. And I'm going to call my employer and tell him I'm not coming, but I'm going to the movies. All the way, on the way to accomplish his plan. So he arrives at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School at 2:19 p.m. He gets out of the back seat of Miss Zucchini's Uber, I think it was a RAV4, and he directly goes to the 1200 building east exit. You've been there, so you know that's the closest, that pedestrian gate is the closest exit or entrance to the 1200 building. So he goes into the east double doors and immediately makes a right into the east stairwell. And as he takes out his AR-15 style rifle, that Smith & Wesson 5.5 Smith M&P 15, takes it out of the Gabella rifle bag, in walks Christopher Mckenna. Christopher Mckenna was a student who was in 1216, in classroom 1216. He was out on the pass, and he walks into the stairwell and face-to-face to Nicholas Cruz, and Cruz says to him, you better get out of here. Something bad is about to happen. So Christopher Mckenna runs, and he goes to get one of the school monitors, Aaron Feist. So Cruz steps out of the east stairwell, and in the east stairwell now, there are 4 students. Ashley Baez is walking west in the hallway. Gina Montaldo was sitting on the floor. She got permission from her teacher, Miss Matlock, to work on it. It was more quiet in the hallway, to sit in the hallway right in front of classroom 1215 and work on her computer. And standing beside her, knocking on the door to 1215 to get back into classroom 1215 because they had passes to go somewhere else, was Luke Hoyer and Martin Duque Aquillano. They were students in 1215, and they were knocking on the door to get back in. Cruz steps out of the stairwell, fires and hits in the leg Ashley Baez. and maybe you can remember from the video that she runs across the hall and runs into classroom 1210. He fires at Gina, Luke, and Martin. Then he goes over to classroom 1216. 1216, classroom 1216, if you recall, is the second classroom on the north on the north side of the hall. It's the second classroom as you come in the east double doors. So he fires into classroom 1216, shatters the glass, and he fires and he hits Alex Schachter, who was getting up from his desk. He hits him twice in the chest. Alex was 14 years old, got shot twice in the chest, and he died of his wounds. Cruz fires into 1216, then he walks away right next to 1216. He kneels on the ground. He takes off his backpack. He unzips it and brings out his tactical vest with the 10 magazines in it. He puts the vest on. He takes out the 10-round magazine, lays it on the ground, pulls out a magazine from the vest, and puts a new magazine into the gun. Then he walks over to classroom 1214 and 1215. 1215 is the second classroom on the south side of the hall from the east double door entrance. And on the south side, 1214 and 1215 here, the first classroom coming in is 1218. Then there's 1215, and then there's 1214. And 1214 and 1215 abut, they're right next to each other. And that's where Gina and Luke and Martin are. So he walks up there and fires into them, wounding them. He then fires into classroom 1214, which was the Holocaust class. He hits Helena Ramsey. Helena Ramsey was 17 years old. He shoots her 4 times, killing her. He shoots and kills Nicholas Dorette, who was 17. He shoots and kills him, shoots him 3 times. He wounds Samantha Grady, Samantha Fuentes, Isabel Checker, and Danielle Menescu. Then he walks back to 1216 and fires additional shots into 1216. This time he shoots and kills Elena Petty. Elena Petty was shot 4 times and she died of her wounds. He shoots and kills Alessa Alfadef. She's shot 8 times and she died of her wounds. He also wounded William Olson, Justin Colton, Genesis Valentin, Alexander Dorette, who's the brother of Nicholas Dorette, who was just shot and killed over in 1214, and Keshava Magaporian. So there was 5 people he wounded in 1216. Then he moves west. And as he's moving west, in comes the athletic director, school monitor, Christopher Hickson. He runs through the west doors. And when he runs through the west doors, the defendant, Nicholas Cruz, shoots him twice. Once in the torso and once in the leg. Christopher Hickson falls to the ground and crawls over to the north side of the hall to an alcove near the west door and double door entrance. And he's seeking, cover, shelter. The defendant continues west. And when he comes up to 1215 again, he shoots into Gina again, Martin again, and Luke again. And Gina, and you saw the photographs, you remember the testimony of Dr. Osborne, the medical examiner? He did the autopsy on Gina Montalvo. She was shot 4 times, and she died of her wounds. But 2 of those wounds were contact wounds. Contact wounds, which means the end of that M&P 5.56 AR-15 style rifle was right up against her chest and right up on her abdomen. right on her skin. She was shot 4 times and she died. And she also had what Dr. Osborne called a defensive wound. What's a defensive wound? When someone tries to protect themselves by raising their legs or their hands. Joaquin Oliver had one too, if you'll recall. Gina had a bullet that went through the back of her hand and came out her palm, as if holding up to protect herself. She had a contact wound of her chest and her abdomen. She died of her wounds. And do you remember what one of the YouTube comments from Nicholas Cruz was? Remember? I don't mind shooting a girl in the chest. That's exactly what he did to Gina Montalvo. Then he walks, after he shoots into Luke and Martin and Gina, he proceeds to 1213. Classroom 1213 is the next classroom as you proceed west on the north side of the hall, next to 1216. He fires into 1213, and when he fires into 1213, he shoots and kills Carmen Chentra. He hits, one of the shots hit her in the head, and she died of her wounds. He wounds Madeline Wilford, Samantha Mayer, and Benjamin Wickander. Then he proceeds west, and as he's proceeding west, he passes on the north side of the hall Christopher Hickson. And I'm going to show the video. He turns and fires a 3rd shot into Christopher Hickson, and Christopher Hickson died of his wounds. Christopher Hickson was 49 years old. The defendant then walks to the interior door that leads into the west stairwell, and as he enters the west stairwell, here's Aaron Feist. Aaron Feist is a coach, and he was a school monitor that Christopher McKenna ran to get. And Coach Feist opens up the outside door to the west stairwell. Just as Cruz enters the stairwell from the interior door, Cruz turns and fires and hits Coach Feist twice in the chest, killing him. Coach Feist was 37 years old. He died of his wounds right there outside that west stairwell door. Cruz then goes up to the 2nd floor and goes up on the west stairwell to the 2nd floor looking for more targets. Now, the students and teachers on the 2nd floor had heard the shots from the 1st floor. The defendant fired 70, I want to say that again. The defendant fired 70 shots on the 1st floor and 2 shots in the west stairwell at Coach Feist. You talk about finger tapping, and you heard it. He fired 70 shots on the 1st floor. So he goes up to the 2nd floor. The teachers and students had heard the sound, so now they're taking precautions, a code red, for an active shooter. So they turn off the lights, they get away from the door, they're hiding. And as you know, there's 10 classrooms on the 1st floor, 10 on the 3rd floor, and 2nd floor, 10 on the 3rd floor. So the 10 classrooms on the 2nd floor, 3 of those classrooms were empty. The defendant fired 6 shots on the 2nd floor. He couldn't find any targets. He fired into classroom 1231, which was empty, and 1234, which was empty. So he goes the length of the hallway after firing the 6 shots, and now he's at the east stairwell. So he goes up the east stairwell. Now, the students and teachers on the 3rd floor didn't hear, they heard some noises, but they weren't as distinct as what the teachers and students heard on the 2nd floor. So they, at 2:22:38, the fire alarm went off. And remember we talked about the evidence was that the dust from the ceiling tiles, because of the percussion of the defendant firing his weapon on the 1st floor 70 times, caused the ceiling tiles to pop up. And when the ceiling tiles popped up, dust came down. And you saw it on the video, the dust. It looks like smoke. So the camera system doesn't know the difference between dust and smoke. So it sounded at 2:20, 2:38. So the teachers and the students on the third floor, when they hear the fire alarm at 2:20, 2:38, they evacuate. They didn't hear the shots like the students and teachers on the second floor. So and as you know, there's a stairwell on the east side and a stairwell on the west side, so the students and teachers started to evacuate. But once the students started to evacuate, they heard the shots on the second floor, and you saw it on the video, they all come running back. And there's a mishmash, everybody running and trying to get somewhere. Meanwhile, the defendant is coming up the east stairwell. And as he comes up the east stairwell and opens the door, the first classroom on the east side, on the north part of the hallway, is 1256, and that's Scott Beagle's classroom. He was a geography teacher. So he is holding the door open, and you can see it on the video. He's holding the door open for his students so they can get into the classroom. And the teacher next to him in 1255 was Stacy Lapel. She was the English teacher right next to him. She's also holding the door open for students, not just their students, any students to run into the classrooms for safety. So when Cruz comes in out of the stairwell, he fires 4 shots into the back of 35-year-old Scott Beagle and kills him. Scott Beagle died right there. He also fired and wounded Stacy Lapel. The defendant continues to fire down the hallway. He hits and wounds Meadow Pollock and Carol Ogren, and they run and they hide in the alcove of classroom 1249. He shoots and wounds Anthony Borges, Kyle Lehman, and Marian Kabachenko, who were in the hallway. He continues to move west, and as he's moving west, he fires again. This time, the students are running to the west stairwell. He hits in the leg Joaquin Oliver, who runs into the alcove of the men's restroom on the north side of the hallway. He shoots and he hits Peter Wang, who falls on the southwest corner right next to the west stairwell door. And he hits and kills Jamie Guttenberg. Jamie Guttenberg is running to the west stairwell. And as she runs, he shoots her and hits her in the back. In the back, right near her neck. It severs her spinal cord. I don't know if you remember Dr. Osborne's testimony. She falls through the west stairwell door and falls onto the third floor landing on the west stairwell. The defendant continues west, and you'll see it on the video. He turns and aims into Meadow Pollock and Carol Ogren. Carol Ogren was shot 3 times. She's 14 years old, and she died of her wounds. Meadow Pollock was shot 6 times, and she was in the alcove with Kara. She was 18 years old. She died of her wounds. Then the defendant goes over to the men's restroom alcove where Joaquin Oliver is, and he fires into Joaquin Oliver. Joaquin Oliver was shot 4 times, 17 years old. He died of his wounds. Remember the testimony of Dr. Tops, the medical examiner? He said there was a defensive wound, that the bullet went through the palm of his right hand, exited the back of his right hand, and entered into Joaquin Oliver's left temple and killed him. Defendant then leaves from the west, the restroom on the west side, and proceeds down to Peter Wang. And you saw in the video that Peter Wang was laying on the ground. And remember when the kids were running out, students were running out, you can see him moving. So when he's laying on the ground, what? He's still alive, right? Because he's moving. Cruz walks up to Peter Wang and shoots him in the head 4 times. Peter Wang was shot 12 times. And you remember what the defendant told, I think it was Dr. Denny, could have been Dr. Scott, that when he shot Peter Wang, his head blew up like a watermelon. Remember that? He was shot 4 times in the head. Peter Wang died of his wounds. The defendant then goes over and he looks out the west stairwell door, that little window in the door. And then he doesn't go down the stairwell. He goes into 1240. He shoots the glass out, shatters the glass, reaches in, opens the door, and now he's in 1240, the teacher's lounge. Why is he in 1240? Because of what I was talking about before. The west windows look over the west part of the campus, and the south windows look over the south part of the campus. On the south side, there's a courtyard. On the west, there's walkways and there's parking lots. The defendant fired his AR-15 5 times out of the west window and 5 times out of the south window, looking for targets. He left a 40-round empty magazine on the desk in 1240, and he left 1240 after firing those 10 rounds. So, up on the 3rd floor, he fired 51 rounds in the 3rd floor and another 10 rounds in 1240. So that's 61 rounds he fired on the 3rd floor. The 10 in 1240 and the 51, outside of 1240. So you got a total of 139 rounds that the defendant fired in the 1200 building on February the 14th, 2018. So he goes out of 1240. He passes the body of Peter Wang, opens up the door. It's on the 3rd floor landing. Laying there dead is Jamie Guttenberg. He takes off his vest, lays it on the 3rd floor landing, puts his rifle down next to it, and he runs down the stairs and exits the west doors to the 1200 building. He runs south and then west. He runs west and then south by the tennis courts. And as he's running south, what does he do? He blends in with all the students and the teachers who are evacuated. Oh, he's got his JROTC polo shirt on, blended right in. As a matter of fact, he bumps into Nicolette Muccietta. Remember her testimony? She sees him, and she hadn't seen him in a while, but she knew him from school, and she says to him, "Hi." He responds, "Hi." She says to him, "Plans for college?" Defendant responds, "Somewhere in Florida." Then he walks to the Walmart, to the subway that's inside of Walmart, gets an icy. You saw the video. Calmly gets an icy. In fact, he left the tip. Then he leaves there, leaves Walmart, goes on Coral Ridge Drive, and he goes to McDonald's. And I think you remember the testimony, I think it was Officer Leonard. The McDonald's is about from where he was arrested. McDonald's is 1.8 miles from where he was arrested. He was arrested on Wyndham Lakes Boulevard South. So he goes down to McDonald's, and sitting in McDonald's at a table is John Wilford. Just so happens, John Wilford is the brother of Madeline Wilford, who was shot and wounded in classroom 1213. But the defendant didn't know John Wilford, and John Wilford didn't know the defendant, but the defendant walks up to him as he's sitting in the booth, and he starts talking, and he asks John Wilford for a ride, and John Wilford says, "I can't give you a ride, my mom's picking me up." And sure enough, the mother came, they both get up, John Wilford walks out, the defendant follows him, John Wilford gets in his mom's car, the defendant crosses Coral Ridge Drive into Wyndham Lakes and walks around. So Officer Leonard spots him and arrests him at approximately 12:40 p.m. So the place of arrest was 1.8 miles from the McDonald's and 2.9 miles from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and he's placed under arrest. So when crime scene from the Broward Sheriff's Office comes, they obviously find, remember they found the video with the cell phone videos on it in the east stairwell. They find the Cabela bag in the east stairwell. Well, they also find, obviously, the rifle, the 5.56 Smith & Wesson M&P 15. Had a round in the chamber, as you probably know with a semi-automatic. Once something's a a round goes out the barrel, another one pops in. So there was a round in the chamber, and there were 23 rounds still in the magazine. And the magazine, that was the magazine with a swastika on either side of it. Well, in that magazine, there were 23 rounds. Of the 23 rounds, guess what? 11 of them were tracer rounds. So, and in the vest, there were 5 magazines. There was a 40-round magazine, you know, in the tactical vest in one of the pouches. There was a 40-round magazine that was fully loaded with 40 rounds. There were 3 30-round magazines that were fully loaded with 30 rounds. And there was another 30-round magazine that had 29 rounds in it. And in one of those magazines, there was another 9 tracer rounds. Now, remember George Bello? He was the firearms expert. He says, I can tell a tracer round when it's full because of the orange tip and how it's manufactured. But once it's fired, I can't tell if any of the casings that were found, of the 139 casings, if any of them were tracer rounds. But there were 11 tracer rounds in the magazine that was in the gun, and another 9 tracer rounds that were in one of the magazines that was found in the vest. The police also found 3 magazines on the first floor, an empty 10-round magazine, an empty 30-round magazine, and another magazine in the hallway that was a 30-round magazine that had 9 rounds in it that hadn't been fired. On the third floor, there was an empty 30-round magazine in the third floor hallway, and you can see in the video him reloading on the third floor. And there was a 40-round empty magazine in the teacher's lounge at 1240. So that was an empty 40 round. So there were 5 empty 5 magazines. 4 of them were empty. 1 had 9 rounds in it. And of course there was 23 rounds in, well actually 24, because 1 in the chamber in the rifle that he left behind. So he carried out his plan. And his plan was, and he told everybody what his plan was. They found his phone and the cell phone with 3 cell phone videos on it. And the one that he made on February the 11th, 2018, hello, my name is Nick. I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. My goal is to kill at least 20 people with an AR and a couple of tracer rounds. I think I can get it done. Location, Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, Florida. It's going to be a big event. And when you see me on the news, you'll know who I am. Haha, you're all going to die. Can't wait. Can't wait. That was his plan. He carried it out. So you're going to see that in these proceedings, and we talked about it, aggravating and mitigating circumstances. The state is limited of the aggravating factors that they can rely on by Florida statutes. And in this case, we're limited to 7 aggravating factors. And before I discuss the aggravating factors, Aaron, I'd like to play the video, please.
This is not to be published to the public,
Yeah,
correct?
not to the public.
Not to be published to the public.
Right. Yes, thank you, Ron. just want you to see how tactical and how purposeful his actions are. Would you show the chest wound of Gina Montaldo, please?
And this is not for the public viewing either?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. So, aggravating factors. Florida statutes say what aggravating factors the state can use. We're limited in this case to 7 aggravating factors. So I'd like to go over them with you. First, I'll give you a list, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail. The first one, the defendant has been previously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. So, in this case, simultaneous convictions. So, the defendant has pled guilty to 17 first-degree murders, a capital felony. So, for each victim, the other 16 can be aggravating factors for that victim. And the 17 attempted first-degree murders of the 17 surviving victims, they're contemporaneous, but they can also be considered as previous convictions. So for each victim, there's 17 attempted first-degree murders that could be to aggravate the offense, right? And then, if you'll recall, on November the 13th, 2018, 10 months after the defendant was arrested for the murders, he attacked Sergeant Deputy Beltran in the jail. Remember that? Tried to take his taser. You saw the video, and if you want to see the video again, you can. You take it back to the jury room. How he ran up and attacked him, took his taser away, took his weapon away. So there's 3 convictions you can consider for that. Attempted aggravated battery of a law enforcement officer as 1. Battery on a law enforcement officer is 2. And taking means of protection from a law enforcement officer is 3. So for each victim, you have the 16 other capital murders, the 17 attempted first-degree murders, and the 3 offenses that I just mentioned involving the attack on Sergeant Beltran on November 13, 2018. Okay? So that's the first aggravated. Previously convicted of a prior capital felony or a felony by the use or threaten the use of force to another person. The second one is the defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. That speaks for itself. The third one is that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. The fourth one is the first-degree murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated. The next one is that the first-degree murder was committed to disrupt or hinder a lawful governmental function to which the functioning of the school. That a victim of the first-degree murder was an appointed public official. And in this case, you have Scott Beagle, who was a geography teacher for the school board, who was shot in front of his classroom, 1256. Christopher Hickson, who was the athletic director and a coach, and also a campus monitor. And Aaron Feist, who was a coach and also a campus monitor. So the killing of a public official during the course of their public duties is applicable to those 3: Scott Beagle, Aaron Feist, and Christopher Hickson. They were shot down during the course of their official duties. The other one is that during the course of a burglary. You say, what are you talking about? Well, when you enter somewhere where you have no permission, campus to commit an offense, to wit, murder. That's a burglary. So there are 7 aggravating factors for you can consider. And remember, we talked about this, that it is not a counting process, it's a weighing process. And each one of the aggravators and each one of any mitigators, you're going to have to weigh. Some are going to have no weight, some are going to have some weight, some are going to have middle weight, some are going to have a lot of weight, and some are going to have great weight. So it's a weighing process. It's not a counting process. So first, I'd like to talk about the first aggravating factor. The defendant was previously convicted of a capital felony or another felony involving threat or use of violence. As I said, let's just take Gina Montalvo or any one of the people who were murdered. The other murders of the other 16 can be used as aggravation of their murder. So Scott Beagle, 16. Meadow Pollock, 16. And you go down the line. So there's 16. And the 17 attempted first-degree murders of the victims who survived, like William Colton and Madeline Wilford, all those can be used, 17. And then the 3 felonies with Beltran. So they're like 36 felonies. So even though it's one aggravator previously convicted, you have to weigh each one of these aggravators. And some aggravators you're going to find way more than other aggravators. And this aggravator has 36. This is one heavy aggravating factor. 17 people were killed, 17 people were attempted to be killed, and the 3 felonies on Sergeant Beltran when the defendant was in jail. That is one heavy aggravating factor. The next one, that the defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons during the homicide. Well, he murdered 17. He wounded another 17, and he was trying for more. So there's no question that that aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, just like the first aggravating factor was proven beyond any reasonable doubt. And the third aggravator, the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Cruel! It's like I said, it's unrelentlessly cruel, heinous, and atrocious. The people that, and you saw the video again, and I discussed it, the people were out in the opening. He went and finished them off. You saw him pointing, not casually either, aiming and killing the people out in the open. He was shooting the kids in the classroom that were hiding or attempting to hide. So you have Gina and Luke and Martin who were in front of 1215. You have Kara and Meadow hiding in the alcove in 1249. Joaquin Oliver in the men's restroom alcove. Peter Wang laying on the ground. And you have in 1216 Alex, trying to get up to hide. He got shot twice in the chest. Elena Petty and Alyssa Alfredef were hiding when they were shot down and killed. In 1214, you have Helen Ramsey and Nicholas Dorette, who were hiding when they were killed. They all knew what was going on, what was going to happen, what was happening here, the nature, the danger, the deadly nature of the situation. And Carmen Shentrup, who was shot in 1213, and the kids that are all running on the 3rd floor. Jamie Guttenberg running to the west stairwell to escape. Peter Wang running. Joaquin Oliver running. And Kara and Meadow hiding. Heinous, atrocious, or cruel beyond any reasonable doubt. The other one, was it cold, calculated, and premeditated? Well, We talked about that. This guy researched it. He even researched a high school shooting in Finland, Las Vegas, Virginia Tech, Columbine, Charlottesville, the McDonald's, Aurora, Las Vegas. He researched it. He planned it. We went over all the details. How long does it take a cop to respond to a school shooting? The bell schedule. How am I going to transport this? How am I going to transport that? Got to get a lot of ammunition. He fired 139 rounds, and he had plenty left. He had a 40 round that was fully loaded. He had 30 rounds that were fully loaded. Another 30 round that only had 29 rounds in it. So he was prepared. He went through, he did the research, he did the planning, and he carried it out. I submit to you that that aggravating factor of cold, calculated, and premeditated, highly premeditated, is proven beyond any reasonable doubt. The next one is to hinder or disrupt a school function. I'll eventually be able to say that. There's no question that's proven beyond a reasonable doubt. He went into to the campus in the 1200 building and was shooting every target he could find. And he definitely disrupted and hindered a governmental function, to wit, school functioning. And then the next one is that Scott Beagle and Aaron Weiss and Christopher Hickson were campus monitors and coaches. Christopher Hickson and Aaron Weiss, and Scott Beagle was a geography teacher working for the school board. They were appointed officials in the course of their duties, and they were shot down. So that aggravator is applicable to only them. And then the last one is that this was during the course of a burglary. It may sound unusual to you, but when someone enters a place without permission to commit a crime, it's a burglary. Okay? So there, the seven aggravating factors that I submit to you have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt and outweigh any mitigation about anything about the defendant's background or character. It's a weighing process. It's not a counting process. So I want to go over with you now some of and the defense can present anything, any mitigators that they think is relevant for you all to consider. So I'd like to go over some of them with you right now. And as you know, the defense stated, remember we're picking a jury, that mitigation is not a defense, mitigation is not an explanation, and mitigation is not justification. I agree with that.
Mr. Zach, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have a few people that need to use the restroom.
Okay.
So we're going to take a 15-minute restroom break. I apologize for interrupting. Ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss the case. Leave your notepads behind. And let's try to keep it as close to 15 minutes as possible. I fully understand that there are 22 of you, so... We're in recess for 15 minutes. The jurors have been excused. I realize it's a process to shuffle everyone in and out, but when I get a note... And are both sides ready to bring the jurors in so the state can continue with their closing?
State's ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. State, whenever you're ready, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think I left off, we're going to talk about mitigation, but I want to stress again that it's a weighing process, not a counting process. I talked about 7 aggravating factors. 5 aggravating factors are applicable to all 17 victims. 2 aggravating factors that hinder or disrupt the school public school function is applicable to Scott Beagle, Aaron Weiss, and Christopher Hickson, and appointed public official is also only applicable to Scott Beagle, Aaron Weiss, and Christopher Hickson. Okay? So, again, weighing, not accounting. So, I'm going to go over some of the mitigating circumstances that the defendant has proposed. And again, they can propose, and they're unlimited as to anything about the defendant's character or background. The first one I think they're listing is that the defendant is a human being. The next one is that the defendant was a diligent and conscientious employee and had a good work history. I agree with that. He worked at Dollar Tree. He did a good job, had a good work history, but it goes to show that when he wanted to, he can control his behavior when he wanted to. And he controlled himself just like at West Glades. Remember Carrie On, his 8th grade teacher? She said when Mr. Lindsay, the assistant principal, was in the class, he behaved himself. Remember? She said that her testimony was he could control himself. And it's like Dr. Denny was talking about. Remember Dr. Denny, the neuropsychologist, was saying, somebody who's truly mentally ill, doesn't matter who's sitting in the room, could be a group of police officers, they can't control themselves. But a person with antisocial personality can and does control themselves. The next one is the mitigator that they're proposing is that the birth mother smoked during pregnancy. So whether Miss Woodard smoked during pregnancy or not did not turn Nicholas Cruz into a mass murderer. The next one was that the birth mother, Brenda Woodard, used drugs during pregnancy. The testimony of Carolyn Deakins and Miss Woodard's daughter, Danielle Woodard, is kind of contradicted by some of the scientific evidence. You know, the Meconian test came back negative, and every other drug test, remember Dr. Scott's testimony, every other drug test during pregnancy came back negative. And of course, you know, one of your duties as a juror is to weigh the credibility of the witnesses. And I suggest to you, Ms. Deakins, remember she said on the arrest in June 8, 1998, that the drugs were in the back seat. They weren't in her pocket. If you can remember Mr. Marcus's cross-examination, and the police report indicated that in truth and in fact, the 5 crack rocks were in Ms. Deakins' pocket, and that she had some resentment to Brenda Woodard. So you can weigh that in evaluating someone's testimony. As you can evaluate that Danielle Woodward's lawyer is being paid for, she has a benefit of lawyer that's being paid for by the defendant's brother. The next one was that the birth mother did not obtain prenatal care. Dr. Scott testified he went through the records, and several times he indicated when Miss Woodard went in for prenatal care. And the fact of the matter that the baby, and you can go through the birth records, they're in evidence, and Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny did go through them. The baby, the defendant, was born healthy and taken right to the prenatal nursery and not anywhere else. You may recall, too, on jury selection, or no, it was opening statement, that the defense said that the baby had to be resuscitated. Remember that? Well, the birth records indicate, and Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny testified, that the baby did not have to be resuscitated. Another one, that Linda Cruz, the mother of the defendant, abused alcohol. Well, none of Linda Cruz's friends believed that she was an alcoholic or she abused alcohol. They believed, and a lot of witnesses testified, she was a loving, devoted, and caring mother who tried her best. The next mitigator is the defendant struggled academically throughout his life. Well, records will show that when he was at Cross Creek, and yes, it was more structured, but when he wanted to, and he applied himself, he got A's and B's because he was motivated. He wanted to go to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. So he was partially mainstreamed, and he did so well that he was fully mainstreamed. And he did well at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School for a while until his girlfriend broke up with him, and then he went back to his old ways. And during elementary school and middle school, he didn't have good grades. He didn't have good grades because he got suspended. He didn't devote himself to the learning process. He intimidated other students, and he didn't participate. So he got bad grades. That's what happens when you don't engage in learning and you don't participate. And it's as Amy Nash, remember there was testimony, she didn't testify, but she was the ESE specialist, and she asked him, she worked at West Glades Middle School, why don't you like school? Because it's boring. I'd rather be out on the streets killing animals and setting fires. The next one, the defendant continues to educate himself while incarcerated. And yeah, he did. It's like Dr. Denny said, real world actions are better than any testing. Well, he did. I mean, he had, and the clips that were played that with Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny, you can take them back with you, and I suggest you do and look at them. He knew about the Ukraine-Russian conflict, even had suggestions for Putin how to resolve it. He knew more about Putin than most people. When he got married, where he lived, where he was before he became president. He retained that information and was able to relate it, long time later. And he also did, the drawings that he did that the deputy found in his cell. Look at those. I mean, he reproduced from memory pictures of weapons and the school property. Take a look at that. It's pretty good because you can do that from memory. The next one was the defendant had neurological and intellectual deficits. Dr. Denny, the neuropsychologist, testified for the state. And again, Dr. Denny, if you'll recall, is one of 7 professionals in the world that are both board certified in neuropsychology and forensic psychology. And he says, and he testified, that the defendant does not have any neurocognitive deficits. And both Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott did not diagnose the defendant with any of the disorders that come under FASD, whether, and that's fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, whether it's NDPAE or ARND. They said that wasn't part of their diagnosis. They didn't feel that was applicable. They felt he had antisocial personality and borderline personality disorder, and he was malingering. FASD and NDPAE and ARND certainly did not cause the defendant to abuse animals, to hate women, to have racist obsessions, or to cause him to murder 14 children and 3 of their caretakers on February the 14th, 2018. Obviously, the defendant has planning and reasoning abilities, because you saw that, all the planning and the research. How many people know about Jokelin High School in Finland, or all these mass murders? And the testimony certainly established that his testing and his performance and his abilities were at least consistent with someone with an 83 IQ. And he certainly is able to retain things, memory-wise, and replicate them. And he also did well, you remember the testimony at the off-duty campus learning centers when he left Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. So again, those clips are available for you to look at, and you can judge for yourself. And also, remember the testimony, and I'm sure you will, of Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny, when they said the defendant exaggerates his symptoms and he malingers and he doesn't give his best effort. And they testified about these following tests: that he malingered, didn't do his best effort, or exaggerated. The structured inventory of malingered symptomatology, the reliable digit span, nonverbal medical symptom validity test, the Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory, and Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott said it went off the charts. You couldn't even judge any of the other categories because of the exaggeration. The personality assessment inventory, the clinical assessment attention deficit, battery for health improvement, memory complaints inventory, trauma symptom inventory, the Ray complex figure test, and of course, the finger tapping test. And you remember Dr. Connor, he was the neuropsychologist, testified for the defense. 66 of the subtests that were scored, he didn't put on his graph. And of the 66 that he didn't put on his graph, 11 of those subtests dealt with executive functioning. 11 of those tests dealt with executive functioning, that domain, remember on the graph? Executive functioning, and those 11 tests were all average. They were all average, and they were not graphs, but they were on Dr. Denny's graph. He graphed them all 145. The next one, the defense is offering, is the Department of Children and Families in September of 2016 said that he was a vulnerable adult due to mental illness. Well, that was the allegation, that he was a vulnerable adult due to mental illness. That was the allegation. The final finding was that the defendant, no need for further referrals or services. There are 3 pages that are in evidence. And Aaron, if you put up the first page, if you could, where it lists the allegation.
Mr. Sachs, does this need to be private?
No, this is fine.
Okay, so this can be for everyone.
Well, unless the defense doesn't want it, because it's Children and Family Services.
There's no objection.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Everybody see it? So, see where it says allegation narrative? Right. Everybody see that? Okay, that's the allegation. And then the conclusion is on page 3. No implications for V's, that's the defendant's safety, based on recommended disposition narrative, as the victim resides with mother, receives in-home services from Henderson Mental Health, and attends school as well. No other referrals or services were needed. You can review the whole document. It's evidence. I encourage you to do so. And you can look at it and read it, in your leisure, okay? Okay. So that was the allegation. That wasn't the final conclusion. I just read you the final conclusion. The next one, the defendant, it's proposed by the defense, was not correctly diagnosed as a child and therefore did not receive appropriate interventions. Well, you heard from a lot of the board-certified professionals that had treated the defendant as a child, Dr. Nagin, Dr. Kravitz. They said, look, we were treating the symptoms. Doesn't matter what you call it. We were treating the symptoms. And the testimony from even defense witnesses was that Linda Cruz was a loving, caring mother who did her best. And she got different diagnosis because she did not give up on the defendant. She took him all over for a different diagnosis to find out why he was behaving like he was. The next one is the defendant was bullied by his peers and his brother. Well, from the testimony and the records, who appears to be the aggressor, even in preschool and in elementary school, pushing other kids around? The defendant. Who was pushing kids in the hall at West Glades Middle School? The defendant. And let me tell you something. If you have I hate or FNs and a swastika on your backpack and you're walking around high school, who's the bully? And as far as his brother, brothers fight. Brothers fight. The next one is that the defendant has the ability to succeed in a highly structured Florida state prison. Well, he was in the Broward County Jail, and on November 13, 2018, he attacked a deputy, Sergeant Beltran. So that wasn't so great. And then in May, they found 666 written on his cell wall. I would not call that potential for success. The next one, that the defendant was raised in a verbally abusive home. Well, from the testimony, the evidence, and the records that I remember, he was the one that was verbally abusive in his home. As a matter of fact, the YouTube comment, "I punch my mom, dumb bitch, I say," that would indicate that, you know, he's the one that's being abusive. And he grew up in a 4,500 square foot home in Parkland, Florida, had a swimming pool, and the mother took him from doctor to doctor, to counselor, to therapist. She never ignored him. She never neglected him. It appears that Linda Cruz had a good value system. The defendant had the ability to behave. He just didn't. It's kind of interesting. Danielle Woodward said, I forget who was asking her questions. I don't know if it was Mr. Marcus or maybe somebody from the defense. She wished she could have been raised in a 4,500 square foot home in Parkland. Then the next one, the defendant was sexually abused by a trusted peer. Well, again, take the clips back with you. Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott said when they asked him about it, he was 75 to 80% sure it happened. I don't know, if you're going to be abused, I would think you would be a little bit more than 75 to 80% sure that it happened. And he said he heard it on the news, and his brother could confirm that. His brother did not verify that allegation. And I'd like to for you to keep in mind the diagnosis of Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott of malingering. The next one is the defendant has remorse. Well, on November 13, 2018, he attacked Sergeant Raymond Beltran in the jail. I don't think that shows remorse. And if you remember, there was testimony about Scarlett Lewis. Scarlett Lewis was the lady who lost a child at Sandy Hook Massacre. And she came down here to meet with the defendant, and her goal in life, and it's a good goal, is to prevent, future mass murders. Poor woman went through a lot. So after the defendant met with her, and they both said they love each other, he goes back to the jail, and he writes, you saw, and please take it back with you, his notes and his drawings. He's talking about future mass murders and how to do it and how much it's going to cost and how to kill people. I wouldn't call that being remorseful. So, in talking about mitigators and talking about aggravators and testing, and I agree with this, that, and Dr. Denny, said this, that real world actions trump any testing, right? So the first one is visual spatial I'd like to talk to you about, okay? So you can look at the video about the defendant's visual spatial ability. Take the video, the school surveillance we just played, take it back. See if you think he has any problems with visual spatial. And then, how about this? He wants to be on the ROTC marksman team. In order to be on the marksmanship team, you have to hit a target first, the size of a quarter, from 10 meters. 10 meters is 32 plus feet away. It's hard for me to see at 32 feet, let alone hit a target the size of a quarter. You have to do that 3 times in a row. Then if you do that, then you have to hit a target the size of a nickel 3 times in a row. And then if you do that, you have to hit the target the size of a dime 3 times in a row. And I submit to you, someone that can do that certainly doesn't appear to have any kind of visual spatial problems. And he's also got a badge for sharpshooter. The other one I want to talk about is about executive function. One of his YouTube comments, and I mentioned it before, I love to see the family suffer. Remember that? So you're asking me, what's that have to do with executive function? I'll tell you, because it's not only looking to inflict pain, fear, and death to the murder victim. You're anticipating how that pain, fear, and death on the murder victim is going to affect the families. He's anticipating what his action in murder is going to do to the families. He's thinking ahead, just like playing chess. So that's why I feel that that is really a good measure of executive function. Dr. Jones testified for the defense, and he said, although he didn't know anything about this offense or any of the defendants searching, prior mass shootings or what happened, that he felt that planning, the lack of ability to plan, is a hallmark of any of the disorders under FASD. Well, one of the hallmarks of this case is the ability to plan. And what he did in planning it, he not only planned it, he researched other mass shootings, he accumulated all kinds of apparatus, things to do and things to say. It was intensive planning. It was detailed. How long does it take a cop to respond to a school shooting? All that he did. He has the ability to plan and plan well. He accomplished his plan. And he has, obviously, the ability to reason. And I mentioned Dr. Scott. Dr. Scott is board certified in general psych. He's a medical doctor. He's board certified in general psychiatry, adult and adolescent psychiatry, addiction psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry. And I mentioned Dr. Denny. He's one of the 7 neuropsychologists, professionals, and they're both board certified in neuropsychology and forensic psychology, And they both, their opinion was that the defendant has antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and they diagnosed malingering. They did not diagnose him with any of the disorders that come under FASD, NDPAE, or ARND. They felt that it's antisocial personality and not a mental disease. He has the ability to control himself. He can control himself, and he does control his behavior. His actions are voluntary and volitional. They testified that the defendant, because of his antisocial personality, doesn't take blame, and he shifts responsibility. For instance, Linda Cruz, the defendant's mother, died, passed away, November the 1st, 2017. The defendant had been planning this mass murder long before Miss Cruz passed away. Back in June of 2017, he's looking up mass murders, McDonald's in San Diego. So one of the things, an example they were saying of him shifting blame was, if my mother didn't die, I wouldn't have done this. Yet, he writes on YouTube, on August 11, 2017, I punched my mom, dumb bitch, I say. And as I said, long before his mother passed away, he was planning to be a mass murderer. I would have not done this if someone loved me. I would have not done this if someone hugged me. And I would have not shot 2 of the girls and 1 of the campus monitors if they didn't give me a nasty look. There's a real shift for you. There is no brain damage. There is damage to his personality and to his character. And hate is not a mental disorder. And Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott testified that hate is part of antisocial personality. So let's look at hate here. There was a swastika on the defendant's boot when he was arrested. Remember at one time he said to somebody he didn't know what it meant, what a swastika meant? So on his backpack it says, FNs and a swastika. You don't think he knew what it meant? He had a swastika on his boot, and you can take back with you his comments and what his search is for. He was searching for, remember, a Nazi flag. He wishes the Nazis won the war. You mean to tell me he doesn't know what a swastika means? There's a swastika on both sides of the magazine in the his rifle that he left on the third floor landing, the 5.56 M&P 15 Smith & Wesson AR-15 style rifle. And like I said, on the backpack. And then you look at the hateful racial comments he's made on YouTube, his hatred of women, his animal abuse, and his search for child pornography. And I'm not going to go over it. It's in evidence. You can look for his searches for little girl pornography. And then also examine what was found in his jail on May 8th of 2022, where the deputy found the 666 on the wall. All his drawings about encouraging and describing future mass murders. Dr. Denny, Dr. Scott said all that is antisocial personality. He can control it. It's not a mental disease. Then they gave examples of, they felt he was malingering. And I think a perfect example, and you heard it, I think Mr. Marcus played the audio tape of the defendant when he was firing on the first floor of the 1200 building, how rapidly he fired his gun. And you talk about finger tapping. So I think, and they said that was a good example of malingering, that finger tapping test. Another example is that he has a manipulative personality, not only with Scarlett Lewis. Remember, he goes back into jail after saying they love each other and they want to stop mass murders, and he's describing future mass murders and how to do it, how much it's going to cost, and how to kill people. He can control that. And Carrie Ann, I mentioned it before, she was his 8th grade middle school teacher. And what did she say? That it was all about him. What he wants and when he wants it, it's all about him. He can control himself. And he certainly controlled himself, she said, when Mr. Lindsay, the assistant principal, was in the room. We talk about, decisions, and you have to make a decision, on the aggravators and the mitigators. And the decision, you're looking for the right decision. And I submit to you that the right decision is a decision fortified by truth and justice. It takes into account the facts, the law, and the truth. It's the right decision for the right reason. And the right reason does not ignore the law or the justice that it brings. So, the defendant had a plan, and we discussed it. He carried it out. Tracer rounds, you all know my name. He wanted to be known. That was the goal of his plan, not just to kill at least 20 people, but when you see me on the news, you'll know who I am. Antisocial personality. Dr. Denny asked the defendant, and you saw the clip, anything else you want to tell me? Yeah. Why did it on Valentine's Day? Why did you do it on Valentine's Day? I wanted to ruin it for others. Dr. Scott asked the defendant, why'd you stop shooting? Couldn't find anyone else to kill. Well, there's 17 individuals that were murdered. and you have to make 17 individual decisions. And I submit to you that the evidence and the testimony prove beyond any reasonable doubt the 7 aggravating factors. The 5 that are applicable to all 17 victims, and the 2 aggravating factors that were applicable just to Scott Beagle, Aaron Feiss, and Christopher Hickson. And those aggravating factors, remember, it's a weighing process, not a counting process. And prior convictions for capital offense knowingly cause great for fear of death of other people, heinous, atrocious, cruel, cold, calculated, and premeditated. They're all really, really, really heavy aggravators, and they outweigh any mitigation at all. They are so heavy in weight. So I submit to you that the aggravating factors are proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and that those aggravating factors outweigh by a ton any mitigating circumstances. And the appropriate sentences for Gina Montaldo, for Alex Schechter, for Luke Hoyer, for Martin Duque Aquillano, for Elena Petty, for Alyssa Alphadev, for Helena Ramsey, for Nicholas Durrett, for Carmen Shentrum, for Christopher Hickson, for Aaron Feiss, for Jamie Guttenberg, for Scott Beagle, for Kara Loughlin, for Meadow Pollock, for Joaquin Oliver, and for Peter Wang. The appropriate sentence for Nicholas Cruz is the death penalty. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take an early lunch break, as opposed to taking a break and then starting with the defense closing just before lunchtime. So it's 11:15 now. I'm going to ask that you please be back at 12:45, which is 11:20 now, so it gives you just a little bit less than an hour and a half. You could please be back at 12:45 so that we can begin with the defense closing. Other than that, remember the rules. I know you all remember them. Do not, you probably tell me yourselves, do not discuss the case. Do not speak to anyone about the case. If anyone tries Okay, the jurors have been excused. Ms. McNeil, you indicated you need 15 minutes to set up. If you can use the lunch break to do that, please. Other than that, we're in recess until 12:45. In other words, I'm hoping that you don't need an hour and a half lunch and 15 minutes. I didn't think you did, but I just wanted to make it clear. If you want to do that now, or if you want to come back at 12:30, that's fine too. You want to do it now?
Yes.
Sure. Other than that, we're in recess until 12:45. Thank you. your closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. State. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I go into my closing argument, I just want to touch on a couple things that Mr. Sachs said. For almost an hour of Mr. Sachs' opening statement, he talked about everything that Nicholas did on February 14, 2018, in detail. He walked you down the halls that you walked down, and he showed you the videos that he has shown you several times. And that day, Nicholas did exactly what he said he was going to do. And we have never said that he didn't do that. He has never said that he didn't do that. What he did has never been in dispute. This phase of the trial, of the proceedings, is not about accountability. Because when Nicholas pled on October 20th, 2021, he was found accountable. The decision that has to be made by each of you individually is how he should be punished. Nicholas knew the difference between right and wrong that day. And he chose wrong. And we know that because he pled to 17 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. Yes, he planned what he was going to do on February 14th. And he pled to that, and he accepted responsibility for that. Choosing to kill is not an aggravating factor. It is not for your consideration when you are making your decision about whether or not he should live or die. He chose to kill, and he chose to plead guilty to those charges. Mr. Sachs also spoke about the drug screens that Brenda took. And one that seems to be particularly important is the drug screen that was done from the meconium. And we call Dr. Scully, seems like forever ago, but she was the pharmacologist. That's the only thing that Dr. Scully does. And she reviewed all those records, and what did she tell us? She told us that she literally contacted the lab, went over the drug screen form, talked about the test that was actually administered, and what did the lab tell her? That it wasn't a sensitive test. The state also told you that Brenda passed every single drug test. Well, we know she passed the first drug test, which put her on notice that every time she went to the doctor, appointments that she scheduled, she would be drug tested. So what do we know? For 4 months, Brenda didn't go back to the doctor. She was off the grid. She was roaming the streets. She was selling her body. She was smoking crack. And she was drinking alcohol. And then eventually she gets placed on probation, so we know probation does some testing. We don't have any results from probation. Those records no longer exist. So we really don't know if she tested positive when she went to probation twice. Another important fact about that meconium that Mr. Sachs spoke about is that it was actually collected 22 hours after Nicholas was born. And we know from the testimony of Mrs. Scully, Dr. Scully, that if there's drugs or alcohol, it isn't necessarily evenly distributed throughout the fluid. Was she smoking crack? How long was she smoking crack? You get to make that decision. Who do you believe? But what we do know with 100% certainty is that not one of those tests that Brenda took ever tested for alcohol. Mr. Satz spoke to you about the DCF call, and I will touch on it in my statement, but there's a couple things I'd like to point out. And I, like Mr. Satz, encourage you to read every single document, everything that is in evidence, which means all of this, if you so choose. And if there's a particular document, excuse me, that an attorney referenced, or a witness referenced, or a doctor believed was important in forming their opinion, you can ask us for that. And we can pull it for you. But they're here. This is Nicholas's life. If you want to read anything. And I encourage you, and I'll point out a couple things, just like Mr. Satz did with the DCF report. To give you some context for this DCF report, and there's bait stamps on the pages, so if there's something particular you'd like to look at, this is DCF 1 of 22. It's the same thing that Mr. Satz showed you. But what I'd like to point out is why this call happened in the first place. And we talked about it, and you heard some testimony. Excuse me. That there was some issues that Nicholas was having at school, and that several people had evaluated him for a Baker Act. 4 people, in fact, and one of them refused, which was the school resource officer, Scott Peterson. But what do we also know? That school social worker, who licensed by the state of Florida, was able to Baker Act someone. She had the license to do it. But the school district has a law or a rule or a policy that actually says the school social workers are not allowed to Baker Act the students. So the actual licensed professionals at a school, they're not allowed to do it. But she encouraged the school resource officer to. And then she called Henderson, that came out to MSD, an intern, being supervised. And that didn't happen, right? So that school social worker called the Department of Children and Family. They have an abuse hotline. Because she wanted something done. Nothing was being done. This kid wanted to buy a gun. There was allegations that he was cutting. There was allegations that he was drinking alcohol. His mother was not concerned that he wanted to buy a gun. So she called the Department of Children and Family, and at this time, Nicholas was 18 years old. So the designation that Nicholas got as being a mentally ill, vulnerable adult, that was given to him by the Department of Children and Family. That's a designation based on a call. The purpose of the call, and it's all here, and it talks about some of the things that I just said to you about the school, was to do a risk level assessment. Because that school social worker was concerned about what was going on in that house. So they went to the house, and they talked to Linda Cruz, and they talked to Nicholas Cruz, and the Department of Children and Family found, and it's in here, in their risk level assessment, no implications for his safety. He resides with his mother, and he's receiving in-home services. So the designation of him being a vulnerable, mentally ill adult did not go away. Please read this report. They just said that the current situation that he was in, he wasn't at risk. 3 days later, 3 days later, Nicholas Cruz did exactly what that school social worker was so terrified of. What she told everybody frightened her. He bought his first gun, a rifle. Literally days after being designated a vulnerably mentally ill adult by the Department of Children and Family. You know, it's funny, and it's kind of ironic in this case, specifically with Linda and the impressions that she liked to give people, the facade that she liked to present. But living in a 4,500 square foot house in Parkland, this house, and this is already in evidence, doesn't mean that you have a good life. It doesn't mean that when you open the door and you walk in, that everything is okay. And we know that, right? Because we have all of these records, including Camelot Community Care. And that counselor, Amanda Brown, you know how she described this beautiful 45 square foot house? When she opened the door and she looked in, she described it as a war zone. A war zone. And we know from the testimony of lots and lots of records and some of the Henderson providers, and these are in evidence, this is the inside of that 45,000 square foot house. And you have these pictures, so when you get closer, you'll see that Linda has patched all the holes in the house that Zachary and Nicholas punched. Not a lot of furniture, right? Kids destroyed all that. When you get this photo, you can look closer that they had Berber carpet. And the records tell you that both Zach and Nicholas unwound the carpet, so she just left concrete. We know that Steve Sinkoff in his record said that I had to take her to Faith Farm to try and get her some furniture. Broken glass doors. And this one is particularly interesting. This is the photograph of Nicholas's and Zachary's bathroom. And when you get this photo, and you're able to see it up close, you'll see that right across from the toilet are patched marks, right? And you will know, if you review the Henderson records in episode 2, that this was one of the things that his therapist, Jared Benenfield, tried to work on with Nicholas, because he would get so frustrated, he would sit on the toilet with a knife and just strike through the drywall. This isn't a 4,500 square foot house where everything was happy. We know that. The evidence tells us that. Please do not be misled by square footage and geographical locations of a home. I want to tell you that I'm going to be up here a while. And I'm sure that every single one of you understands the tremendous responsibility that not only the state has, but that myself and the other members of the defense team have. So if you need to stop to go to the bathroom, or if you're just tired of hearing my voice, and you wouldn't be the first one, just tell the judge. Because I don't want you to sit here if you have to use the restroom, or if you need to get up and stretch. Because the things that I want to tell you are really, really important. And I know that each one of you wants to be present, not only physically, but mentally. So please do not hesitate to put your hand up and say, Melissa, enough. And I don't have my whole opening memorized. It's something I have always envied of Mr. Saps. So bear with me. There is no time in our life when we are more vulnerable to the will and the whim of another human being than when we are growing and developing in the womb of our mothers. Never, no other time. Now, one would think that it would be difficult for me or the other members of our team to present mitigation, to come up here and ask you to sentence Nicholas to life without the possibility of parole. But it's not, because it is the right thing to do. You would think that it would be hard after you hear we've all heard the evidence. We had to watch that video again. Some horrible pictures. Nicholas's horrible social media posts. Horrible things that he draws in the jail. But sentencing Nicholas to life and being up here and asking you to do that is the right thing to do. Ask yourself this. Did you really need to see that 14-minute video again? You've seen it in its entirety, and you've seen sections of it, and you have walked the halls of that horrible place. The horrible place that Nicholas decided to murder 17 innocent people. And remember, he would have murdered more if he could have. But you don't need to look at those photos. You don't need to hear those gunshots again. You don't need to see that 14-minute video. Everything is embedded in your brain, unfortunately, and will be for a very long time. What Nicholas Cruz did should make you angry. It should make you sad. It's devastating what he has done, not only to the people that are gone, but to these families that will never, ever recover from this. And there is nothing wrong with feeling those feelings. That's what makes us human. And you may remember that you jurors, some of you, were not the only people that were crying when those devastated parents and their siblings had to get up here and tell us about their children, their brothers and their sisters and their husband, parents that lost their babies. But by showing you those pictures, the video again, repeatedly playing the sound of the gunshots, the state of Florida wants to put you in a place of hate and anger and vengeance. Because if that is where you're at, you are more likely to sentence that young man to death. And the law that we all live by tells jurors that we must not make decisions based on passion, emotion, or anger. Why? How many times have you made a decision based solely on anger and you later regretted it? How many times in a moment of anger or rage have you said or done something that you later regret? Why do we teach people to calm down, to cool down? Take a break, take a pause, take a breath. We do that because when we make decisions based solely on emotions, the rational part of our brain is turned off and we make wrong decisions. In haste, we make decisions without opening our heart and our minds. And in a death penalty sentencing proceeding, you have to use your heart because you're making an individualized moral decision. The individual moral decision that you will be making about whether Nicholas should live or die is not a decision that should be made in an emotional state. And the judge will tell you that the decision that you have to make here today, or however long it takes you, because we will all be here, please don't ever feel pressured to reach a verdict. Take your time. And the judge will tell you that you must carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing, and this is in the jury instructions, that you literally have another human being's life at stake. Please take your time. The decision that you make here today, or when you do, is a decision that you can never take back, ever. The law and your conscience requires you to look beyond the pain which seeks vengeance, not justice. Your struggle to raise yourself above revenge and sympathy will be difficult because you're human beings and you have heard horrible things. But it's a struggle that you knowingly undertook. We told you this wouldn't be easy. You knew this wouldn't be easy. It shouldn't be easy. But it's the oath that you took, and it's the promise that you made. And we know that each and every one of you will keep your oath and honor your promise. We are here because every single one of you during jury selection said that you believed life without the possibility of parole could be an appropriate sentence for someone that kills 17 people. If you weren't open to that, you would not be here. Our criminal justice system literally relies and depends on the independence and courage of jurors. The history of our legal system is filled with jurors that have made unpopular decisions. But those jurors performed their duty and demonstrated courage and bravery and independence. One vote for life means the death penalty will not be imposed. Your individual moral decision must not be based upon what you think that this community wants or what you think anybody else wants. This is your individual moral decision. No one else's. And when you wake up in the middle of the night and you don't have your fellow jurors, and you wonder, did I make the right decision? Did I do the right thing? There will only be your heart, your moral compass, and what lies deep within your soul and who you are. There will be no one else there but yourself and your decision. You must choose courage over comfort. You must be willing to do what is uncomfortable. You must be brave enough to follow your heart. Because if you do, you will know that life is the appropriate verdict in this case, not just based on the crime that was committed, but based on the person, the human being that committed it. Because that's what makes this proceeding different than any other proceeding in our criminal justice system. It's the only time that a jury makes a decision about whether or not another human being lives or dies. So you need to know, and that's what we have tried to do, is show you who Nicholas Cruz is, not just what he did. But whatever your individual moral decision is, whatever your compass, your heart, your soul tells you to do, you must respect your fellow jurors and their decision. And I have no doubt that you will, because you all said that you would when we talked to you in jury selection. And if you wouldn't be here. Even if you disagree, you have to respect their decision. Not only does the state of Florida want you to make a decision based on anger and revenge and hate, they have done everything they can to dehumanize Nicholas Jacob Cruz. They don't even call him by his name. What they have done is slapped on a label that says that he only has a personality disorder. And we told you in our opening statement that we don't disagree with that. Check, check, check. But that doesn't describe all of Nicholas's behavior. But if you just slap a label on somebody that has a personality disorder, they're antisocial, their character, their person is flawed, it's a whole lot easier to kill them because you don't see them as a human being. You're just reducing Nicholas to his worst act. It's easier to call somebody antisocial or borderline personality disorders than to accept what Nicholas Cruz really is. A broken, brain-damaged, mentally ill young man. And if we say that Nicholas is only antisocial or borderline personality disorder, then it's a Nicholas Cruz problem. But if we recognize what he really is, that damaged, brain-damaged, broken, mentally ill person, it becomes a human issue. And every human life has value. We are not saying that Nicholas doesn't have a personality disorder. We never have. What we are saying is that he also has FASD. He has both. And that is what the evidence has supported. You are about to make one of the most important decisions that you may ever make in your entire life. And you will never be able to change that decision. You will never be able to change your mind. And you will have to live with your decision for the rest of your life. And you are never, ever required to vote for death. You can base your decision, your vote for life, on anything, just like Mr. Satt said. And you don't have to explain it, you don't have to justify it, and you don't have to defend it, because it's your individual moral decision. And at some point, we have to realize that brain damaged and mentally ill people are not going anywhere. And that we cannot ignore them or disregard them. At some point, we have to realize that there are women who will continue to abuse alcohol, do drugs, live a risky lifestyle while they are pregnant, do not get proper prenatal care, and that they damage their babies that are growing in their belly. And they damage the brain of the baby that is growing in their belly. There will be more Nicholas Cruzes, because there will be more women that drink alcohol when they're pregnant, that poison their baby. But like Dr. Jones told us, we must remove the stigma that is associated with this disorder. We must get those kids the proper diagnosis, the number one thing he said that they need. And we must give those kids the services that they deserve, for them and for all of us. But sentencing Nicholas to death, extinguishing his life, will not make those problems go away. Sentencing Nicholas to death will change absolutely nothing. It will not bring back those 17 innocent victims that he viciously murdered. It won't. You now know that Nicholas is a brain-damaged, broken, mentally ill person through no fault of his own. He was literally poisoned in Brenda's womb. This woman. These pictures and evidence. She poisoned him in her womb. He was doomed from the womb. And in a civilized, humane society, do we kill brain-damaged, mentally ill, broken people? Do we? I hope not. But that does not mean that because you're brain damaged and you're mentally ill and you're broken, that you don't deserve to be punished. He deserves to be punished. And no one at this table would ever disagree with you. But what the law says is that you are to take into consideration their damage when you sentence them. We are not asking you to let Nicholas Cruz walk out of this courtroom. That is not what we're asking you to do. We are asking you to punish him, and to punish him severely. We are asking you to sentence him to prison for the rest of his life, where he will wait to die, either by natural causes or whatever else could possibly happen to him while he's in prison. He will never get out. Never. He will never walk a free step again. The law of our country says that the death penalty is reserved for the worst of the worst crimes committed by the worst of the worst offenders. The worst of the worst offenders are never people that are mentally ill and brain damaged through no fault of their own. They're just not. What did Nicholas not have control over? He did not have control over who his biological mother was. He had no control over how he was conceived. He had no control over how much Colt 45 that Brenda drank when he was growing in her belly. He had no control over how much Cisco, and we now know because of Dr. Scully, that one bottle is the equivalent of 5 shots of vodka while he was growing in her belly. In her belly. He had no control over the chaotic environment that she was living in for most of her pregnancy, on the streets, having sex for money and drugs, where her number one priority was not prenatal care, but it was her addiction. Nicholas had no control over the crack that Brenda smoked while he was growing in her belly. And he had no control over the amount of cigarettes that she smoked when he was in her belly. Is that factor in and of itself, as Mr. Sapp said, a reason for life? No. But if you take it all in its totality, it talks and shows you about a woman who was not taking care of the baby that was growing in her belly. We cannot allow ourselves to be disconnected from the most vulnerable people in our society, the broken and brain damaged, the mentally ill. How we treat those people says more about who we are as a society, more about who you are as a human being than anything else. What is Nicholas's fault? What he pled to. And just like I told you in the very beginning when I stood up, we're not here to decide guilt and innocence. That's done. And for today, for 1,700 days, we, the defense, have held Nicholas Cruz's life in our hands. And we have done everything that we could possibly do to uncover and to examine and to tell you Nicholas's life story and the lives of those that shaped his. We did that, just like I told you in my opening, so that you would have reasons to vote for life. And while we, the defense, were literally spending every waking moment examining every aspect of Nicholas's life and the lives of the people that shaped him, the state of Florida was spending the same amount of time trying to do everything that they could to show you and to prove to you that executing Nicholas is the only way that justice can be served in this case. And they could not be more wrong. To take a life when a life has been lost is revenge, not justice. That's what Desmond Tutu told us. We can have sadness, heartbreak, without hate. We can have fear, because fear and anger makes us vindictive. It makes us unjust. It makes us unfair. And vengeance has no place in a civilized society. Punishment without understanding is not justice. We can give mercy to the very people that deserve it the least. Mercy is not earned. It's not deserved. It is something that is bestowed upon someone. and you give it because it's the right thing to do. Mercy is what makes us civilized. Mercy is what puts an end to violence. Giving mercy to Nicholas will say more about who you are than it will ever say about him. Holding the weight of another person's life in your hand is a tremendous responsibility. I know that. We know that. And upon conclusion of my closing argument, I will pass you that weight, the weight of Nicholas Cruz's life. For the time has now come where you must make a decision, your own individual moral decision about whether Nicholas Cruz should live or die. And you are never, and I say it so many times, I cannot say it enough, you are never required to vote for death. And to make that decision, you must get close. You have to look into the soul of another person, look at their entire life, not just what they did, but who they are in order to make that decision. And that's what each of you promised that you would do. Every one of you said that you could look past Nicholas's crime and punish the person, not the crime. You said that you wanted to and that you needed to know everything. Not just parts of things, not just clips of things, not just a page of a document, but everything in order to make that decision. What we now have that we never had before, what Dr. Jones says that kids like Nicholas so desperately need, is a diagnosis, a proper diagnosis. You now know that Nicholas is mentally ill and has neurodevelopmental disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure. And how do you know that? Because we showed you that. We brought the best experts in the country to tell you that based on their evaluations. The beginning often holds the clue to everything that happens. We brought you people in here from his entire life, people that actually knew him, that saw him, that interacted with him, that treated him, that taught him, that medicated him, that counseled him, that loved him. Not just people that were evaluating him when he was facing the death penalty. You have heard records, you have heard testimony, and you have seen records, because we have moved everything in. Because you have a tremendous responsibility. You hold another human being's life in your hands. And we wanted you to have everything, just not parts of it. And let's talk about some of the testimony you heard from defense witnesses. Carolyn Deakins. Well, she certainly, and thankfully, is not the woman that she was in 1998, when she was arrested with Brenda on June 6th. Today, she is a woman who is grateful to be alive because she probably shouldn't be. And in 2020, Carolyn Deakin was living her life in Kentucky, clean and sober, with her children and her grandchildren. She was working, she was helping other addicts, she was paying it back, until one day, Miss O'Shea and I knocked on her door. And we asked her to relive the most traumatic and painful part of her life, a part that most of her family didn't even know about. most of her friends didn't know about, but she had never even heard Nicholas Cruz's name before, and she certainly hadn't heard Brenda Woodard's in 22 years. But she never hesitated. Not for 1 second. You get to determine and weigh the credibility of witnesses. And the judge will tell you that one way that you can do that, to determine if you believe what people are saying to you, is whether the evidence is supported by other evidence or by other testimony. Carolyn Deacon is a woman who, for the first time in 24 years, after vowing never to step foot in Broward County again, because it was too painful, there were too many memories, came in here and testified not only before you, but the entire world about how she was a crack-addicted prostitute. Who sold her body to get high. You decide whether or not you believe the things that Carolyn Deacon's told you. And whether or not she's resentful towards Brenda Woodard. Do you know why she came in here and testified? Because everything she said is the truth. And because it was the right thing to do. And in my opening statement, I told you what I believed the evidence would show you. But now we know what the evidence showed you. That Carolyn and Brenda were homeless, drug-addicted alcoholics who walked the streets of US 1. And although, and Carolyn did tell us this. She told us what they smoked, how much they smoked, what they drank, how much they drank. They filled up those big gulp cups. All the prostitutes did. Remember her telling us that? And although they may not have hung out every day from March until the date of their arrest, we know from Carolyn's testimony that they had the same job and that they worked the same streets. And Miss Deacon actually told you that she would see Brenda on the streets and they would go behind a building and they would do a hit of crack and they would slam a couple beers and then they would go back to work. And as we get closer to the time of that arrest, they were together every single day. And how do we know that? Because the Cruzes were paying for the efficiency that Brenda was living in on that dirty mattress they had pulled inside. Carolyn told you all of the things that they were doing, both knowing that inside Brenda Woodard's belly was that baby. But you see, by that time, Brenda's addiction was so out of control that the drugs and the alcohol were more important to her than the baby that was growing inside of her. And on June 6, 1998, after she had gotten off of work and Brenda had just boosted some steaks, they stopped and got a 12-pack of beer, and they went to the drug dealer and got 5 crack rocks. And Carolyn told you what they were going to do that night. They were fixing to get good and high. And we all know what actually happened. You saw the police report. Dr. Scott was very clear to point out that Brenda had a 0% alcohol. And this isn't evidence, so I don't expect you to strain. But you know what else is interesting on this booking sheet? That 6 months pregnant, Brenda weighed 145 pounds. And when you go back to those adoption records in March, and you look at how much she weighed then, she weighed 140 pounds. What else is interesting that wasn't mentioned when Dr. Scott testified is that the police officer in his report said that he saw Brenda pass the drug dealer the money. And the drug dealer passed Brenda the crack. What else did Dr. Scott not tell us until he was cross-examined by Mrs. Curtis? That there was beer in the car. So they weren't drinking yet. Dr. Scott and the state of Florida actually wants you to believe that these two women who had just purchased 5 crack rocks and a 12-pack of beer were not getting ready to party. And another thing that Dr. Scott didn't tell you on direct examination, because it would be inconsistent with his concern about the amount of alcohol that Brenda drank. 5.5 weeks, maybe 3 beers. But on cross-examination, Mrs. Curtis, showed him adoption record, page 640, that in July, when the social worker was doing the adoption report, she states that she did drink beer during the first 3 months of her pregnancy. Brenda smokes 1 pack of cigarettes daily. You get to decide and evaluate the credibility of all of the witnesses. Not just by what they told you, but about what they didn't tell you. I also want you to know something. We've all been here for a really long time. I don't remember what every single witness said. I'm sure not anybody else does. And I'm probably going to get in a lot of trouble for this. But Miss Bailey has been here the entire time, and she has typed down every single word that every witness has said during this entire trial. So if you have a question about the testimony that you heard or the words that came out of a witness's mouth, you can send a note and you can say, I would like a readback of the testimony of this witness or that witness. This decision is too important for you to guess or rely on your memory. However, I have noticed that we have some very diligent note takers. But I just want you to know that that is available for you. And when we talk about Daniel Woodard, Daniel Woodard didn't even know that Nicholas Cruz was her brother when Miss O'Shea went to the prison that she was at 3 years ago. But that very first visit, she said, I will do whatever I can do. Not because 3 years later, the brother that she just found out that she had, Zachary, was paying for her lawyer. You decide if she's credible. But what does Danielle help us understand about the choices that Brenda made when Nicholas was growing inside her belly? Her level of detail and memory is very impressive, in my opinion. She remembers that it was the summer before her 6th grade and that she was 11 years old. And she remembers Brenda picking her up. They drove to a gas station right across the street from a women's shelter right here in Broward called Women in Distress. And she remembers how Brenda got out of the car, went inside, came back out with a bottle of Cisco in a brown paper bag and a cigarette in her mouth. And as she started pumping gas, Danielle was sitting in the car, and she turns around and she notices that there's broken glass all over the floor and that the window had been busted out. And the next thing she notices is that it looks like Brenda has a baby bump. So she asks Brenda, "Are you pregnant?" "I was raped," Brenda says. So I went and I looked back at those adoption records. And I found, and it's on page 73 of the adoption records, that on August 25th of 1998, there was a job work order where Brenda got that busted window fixed. So it's amazing the memory that Danielle has. That's what trauma does. It makes some things impossible to remember or forget. And Danielle then told you that that's when she started living with her mother, and it was during that time that Nicholas was developing in Brenda's polluted womb. Those were Danielle's words. Danielle told you about more of the choices that Brenda made when she was pregnant with Nicholas. She remembers calling her grandmother and saying to her grandmother, "Things are so out of control, you have got to come up here." And her grandmother did. But in the interim, Miss Curtis asked Danielle, what did out of control look like? This is an 11-year-old child. I saw Brenda, because remember she doesn't call her mom, smoking crack and cigarettes. I saw her drinking Cisco alcohol. I saw her prostituting. I saw Brenda taking money from other addicts so that they had a place to get high. She was like the rent lady. Danielle eventually ran away from Brenda, and she ended up in foster care, and eventually she got involved in the criminal justice system. And you know that because despite how embarrassing it must have been for her to come in here in a jail uniform and shackles, she did it because it's the truth and it was the right thing to do. And the state wants you to question when Danielle was actually with her mother. But the records tell you exactly when she was. I showed you the work form, so we know August. But we also have that same adoption report that was written in July, and it's in evidence, that the social worker did this evaluation, and she said, Brenda discussed that she has a daughter, Danielle, age 11, who has resided most of her life with Brenda's mother. But Danielle was present during the interview. So we now know that Danielle was with her mother in July and August. So when you are weighing her credibility, please take those things into consideration. Danielle also remembers the little roses that were painted on the crack pipes that her mom would send her to the store to get, and how she would play on the railroad tracks on Las Olas. Danielle believed with all of her heart that Nicholas was going to get all the things she didn't get. She even asked to go live with Linda. But her brother, Nicholas Cruz, never recovered from the drugs and the alcohol that Brenda put in her polluted womb. You heard a lot about Nicholas's early life. And we know how happy Linda and Roger were to have a baby. It's something that Linda had always wanted. And we know that from Trish and Finney, that from very early on, Nicholas was not like other children. He was delayed socially, emotionally, verbally, cognitively, physically. He struggled in virtually every area. And we know that Trish and Finney had already raised some children. And the tantrums that Nicholas had were so intense and continued when most children stopped having them. And he wet his bed long after most children stopped wetting their bed. And that he had obsessions from the very early age with food, and he had unusual fears. He couldn't be away from Linda. This is when he's 2 years old. And Steven Schuessler, I don't think anybody can forget him. This is a man who lived across the street from the Cruzes from 2009 to 2015. From the time that Nicholas was 10 to 15 years old. And he told you that from the moment he set his eyes on Nicholas, he could tell that there was something not right with him. And he was introduced by the neighbor to Nicholas. And she said, "He's the weird one. He looked strange. He acted strange. He didn't make eye contact. He didn't speak much. He was the outcast of the neighborhood." And both Trish and Steven told you the other kids didn't want to play with him. And Steven Schuessler told you that he was working on his motorcycle in his driveway and he heard loud screaming noise. And he looked outside of Linda's house, who was pulling out of her driveway in her minivan. And a 15-year-old Nicholas Cruz came running out of the house like he was 3. "Mommy, Mommy, you didn't kiss me before you left." Why did Trish and Finney come in here and testify? Because what they said is the truth. And it was the right thing to do. And you also heard testimony from Paul Gold. And I promise you I'm not going to go through every witness. Who lived next door to the Cruz house with Roxanne and Rocky. We now know who those people are. And he told you about Nicholas's strange behavior. Same thing that Trish had observed, same thing that Finney had observed, same thing that Steven Schuessler had observed. And he tried to help Nicholas out and Zachary, because by then, Nicholas had witnessed the death of his father when he was sitting on his father's lap. So he knew that they didn't have a positive male role model. But he remembers that Nicholas would do things like attack his trailer with a golf club for no reason. He told you that it just looked like Nicholas couldn't control himself. And after Nicholas would do something like that, he would be so remorseful and so ashamed. And Paul told you, because he has his own children, that it looked like Nicholas had some developmental delays, problems socializing with other kids. He told you how immature Nicholas was compared to the other children. Far more immature than his brother, who was 18 months younger than him. And he told you that Nicholas had very obsessive tendencies. At that point, it was penguins. And he told you that he actually saw, just like Finney did, and just like Steve Schuessler did, and just like Trish did, they actually saw Zachary bullying Nicholas, along with the other kids in the neighborhood. He also told you that the reason why Nicholas killed toads in the neighborhood, the big, huge, poisonous toads, is because those toads killed his dog. I'm not saying it's right, but there's an explanation. And what did Paul tell you about Linda's drinking? We've never called her an alcoholic, but he did tell you that as time went on, she started drinking more in that house that's been described as a war zone. Why did he come in here and tell you that? Because it's the truth. and because it's the right thing to do. And what did Stephen Schusar also tell us? And I can't believe I almost forgot to say this. But he said that boy didn't go bad. He was never right. The state of Florida tried to discredit Paul Gold, saying that he was trying to benefit from the murder of 17 people, trying to convince Nicholas to do something to make some money, but that's not true. What Paul did tell you is that after Nicholas did what he did, he started donating money to organizations, $17,000 at a time. And one organization that he picked was an organization to help young girls and women that were being sex trafficked. But what did you hear? You heard clips of a phone call. Not the whole phone call. Clips of the phone call. Wouldn't you have liked to have heard all of that conversation? To put it in context? We know Trish and Linda went back and forth about the help that she said Nicholas needed. But we know eventually, upon Roger's insistence, they took Nicholas to his first psychiatrist when he was 3.5 years old, Dr. Musil. And his records are here. And you can tell in his psychiatric evaluation that in that evaluation, there's a notation that says birth mother, drugs, and alcohol. So even then, it was on somebody's radar. And he gave recommendations to Linda. He told Linda to come back. But Linda never went back. But there came a time when somebody else got involved, that got the ball rolling, and that was Ann Fisher. That was the woman that testified from Early Minds Learning Center. And she said that she knew right away that there was something not right with Nicholas, and that he needed to be somewhere else, that he needed more support, and that he needed more services. And this was a conversation that we know from the evidence that many people had throughout his life. And she contacted ChildNet and got the ball rolling for Nicholas to get involved in services. And you can rely on your own memory about the things that Ann Fisher told you about Nicholas as a child. He was removed from that preschool. Well, actually, he got kicked out, remember? And he began his special education. And he had an IEP, an individual education plan, at the earliest age possible for a child to have one, 3.5. Until 2016, when this brain-damaged, mentally ill, broken child, who 5 weeks before had been designated a vulnerable, mentally ill adult by the Department of Children and Family, revoked his ESE services. Now, you have to remember that his mother, Linda, had been very involved, just like Mr. Sapp said, in all of Nicholas's services. She wasn't even invited to the meeting. So Nicholas made that decision. And in the school records, SR 1618, and you'll pull it, is a typed note, not with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas letterhead, not the document that's supposed to be filled out from the Department of Education when someone revokes their ESE services, but a typewritten note. And to this day, we have no idea who typed it. And Nicholas's notes, his name, he scribbled. When Nicholas got rid of his services, he didn't stop needing them. He didn't stop being brain damaged. are learning impaired. He didn't stop having a receptive and expressive language disorder. He didn't stop having a mental illness. But all of those services stopped. And one other very important thing also stopped, his medication. And we know from the testimony that you heard and the records that you have seen and that you can see that Nicholas has consistently struggled academically through his entire life. His entire life. And there is not one single teacher or educational provider that the state of Florida could have brought in here to tell you anything different. Not one. And on May 10th, 2004, before Nicholas was designated to go into the cluster at Coral Springs Elementary, he had an evaluation by a school psychologist. And you can read that evaluation. But what I want to tell you that's probably the most important thing that Dr. Hoppy did in that evaluation is she recommended that this 5-year-old child get a psychiatric evaluation so that he could be properly diagnosed, they could properly determine the services that he needed in school, the interventions that he needed in school, what instructional programs, services, and accommodations would help Nicholas. Dr. Hoppy was doing her job. But you know what? The Broward School District was not. Because this specific psychiatric evaluation that this school psychologist recommended, that she believed that Nicholas Cruz needed, never happened. And we know that he saw Dr. Karp, that he saw Dr. Negan. They're psychiatrists, but they were not providing the psychiatric evaluation that Dr. Hoppy recommended. So you have to wonder if things would have been different for Nicholas if he had started getting the services that everyone knew that he needed when he was in elementary school. Because you know what school offers those types of services for a child that's in kindergarten? Cross Creek. But he didn't get those services then. Because he never got that psychiatric evaluation. Let's talk a little bit about that upward trajectory that Dr. Scott referred to. That he wants you to believe is proof that Nicholas does not have FASD. That he just has a personality disorder. Dr. Scott told you about Nicholas's experience at Coral Springs Elementary. And he agreed, I think everybody agrees, that the best environment for Nicholas was a highly structured one with specialized instruction, specialized trained teachers, one-on-one. Probably why he did so well when he was with his psychologists for treatment, or Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny, because he was getting that type of interaction. And he ends up in the cluster. And Dr. Scott tells you that in kindergarten he was retained. They could have promoted him, but they didn't because mom and the school wanted him to mature. And then he continued to talk about how well Nicholas did at Coral Springs. But what he didn't tell you until he was questioned by Miss Curtis was that Nicholas received a good cause promotion from 1st to 2nd grade. And that good cause promotion does not mean that he was doing good. It means that he could not be retained because he was a special needs student and it would be illegal for them to do it again. What else did Dr. Scott not tell you? He did not tell you that Nicholas did not meet the criteria for promotion from 3rd to 4th grade, but they promoted him because he got a 2 out of a 5 on the FCATs. He didn't tell you that. And he also didn't tell you that from 4th to 5th grade, Nicholas received another good cause promotion. So let's talk about that academic trajectory that he says Nicholas was on. Why didn't he tell you those things? Because being retained or receiving a good cause promotion doesn't support his theory that Nicholas was on an upwards trajectory and that he didn't continue to have academic struggles like children with FASD do. And we know on cross-examination when Ms. Curtis actually showed him that standardized testing that he said Nicholas did so well on, that he had to admit that those scores indicated that Nicholas had either little success or limited success. He wasn't progressing academically. And I just want to remind you of a few things that John Newnham and Lynn Rodriguez told you. They told you that Linda lacked the foundation of parenting, that she didn't utilize the services that they gave her, that she was overwhelmed and had a lack of support. And they told you that the entire time that Nicholas was at Coral Springs Elementary, that he was anxious, that he was fearful, and that he was nervous, and that he worried a lot, and that he looked at the 4, and he wasn't responsive to communication, and that he would apologize over and over again, even when he didn't need to. And they told you that Nicholas had obsessive compulsive tendencies like clock watching, consistently worrying about missing the bus, a bus that he never missed. He was worried his mother wouldn't pick him up. He asked the same questions over and over and over again, and he was skin picking. But Dr. Scott, who says he read all of the same records, didn't tell you that. Because if he did, then he also wouldn't be able to say that Nicholas was just anxious in 3rd grade. So he doesn't have FASD. Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny didn't even want to talk to Nicholas about the fact that he watched his father die or his mother die. And we now know that Nicholas was sexually abused, but traumatic life experiences were not even included in their evaluation. Not even a consideration. But Dr. Denny on cross-examination did admit when Mr. Secor asked him that those events were traumatic and that they would have an impact on a child. Every provider at Coral Springs Elementary believed that Nicholas's bad behavior was the result of his emotional and behavioral disability. And the state of Florida could not bring in one witness that told you otherwise. And when Nicholas left Coral Springs Elementary and went to West Glades, he still had the same designation. He still had the same eligibility. But what changed? He was no longer in the cluster. He was no longer receiving special education because special instruction, that one-on-one he was getting, because they don't do that in middle school. And we also know that he continued to have that expressive and receptive language disorder that Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny told you he grew out of. How do we know that he still had that? Because we brought in Dr. Shamika Stanford. She is the leading forensic expert on speech and language pathology, and it's the only thing she does. She specializes in it. And what did she tell you? Rely on your memory about the impact that a receptive and expressive language disorder has on a child. But what she also told you, that it's a disorder that never goes away. But that's not consistent with a child that just has a personality disorder. But it is consistent with FASD. And why didn't the state of Florida bring in their own expert in speech and language pathology to tell you that Nicholas outgrew that disorder? Because there is no expert. that would come in here and testify to that. You make a decision about who is more credible about whether or not Nicholas has a lifelong speech and language disorder. Let's talk about the principal from West Glades, Mr. Jack Vesey. This is a man that had dedicated his entire life to education, 35 years. He was the principal when Nick was there. He's now retired. He's a guardian ad litem, which is a program they have here in the court system. And he works with 2 kids who were prenatally exposed to alcohol. And he told you that they act very similar and have the very similar behaviors and disabilities that Nicholas does. He also told you that he taught at a behavioral center. And that's where kids go when their behavior is not a manifestation of their mental illness. That is not where Nicholas went. He went to Cross Creek, which is where children go whose behavior is a manifestation of their mental illness. And what did Mr. Vesey tell you, and also Jessica Clark, his family counselor, the entire time that he was at West Glades? They both told you that from the very beginning, and you can look at Jessica Clark's progress notes, September of his 6th grade year, September, we start school in August, that he struggled academically. He was struggling in math and language arts. And coincidentally, math is the area that children with FASD struggle with the most. And she also tells you how he doesn't understand things. He doesn't like one of his classes because they're introducing measurements, and he doesn't get it. So please read Jessica Clark's notes. This is the same time that Miss Nast made that comment about the only thing that Nicholas wanted to do was set fires, I think, and kill people. That doesn't tell his whole story. So what is important from Mr. Vesey and Jessica Clark is that the struggles that Nicholas was having started in 6th grade, not in 8th grade. The records support that. And what else did Jack Vesey tell you? That West Glades could not provide the services that Nicholas needed. They had 1,300 students and they could not do it. And that Nicholas belonged at Cross Creek. And I think all of you can remember the type of therapeutic educational environment Cross Creek is. And he said that he did not believe that Nicholas should have ever gone to MSD. Because if he couldn't handle it with 1,300 students without a therapeutic environment, then there is no way he could handle it with 3,300 students. The judge will tell you that it is perfectly fine for a lawyer to talk to a witness. She will give you that instruction. And we know from Mr. Vesey's testimony that the morning that he was supposed to come in here and testify that he received a phone call from his friend, not his lawyer, but a friend who happened to be a lawyer, Christopher Whitelock, and on that phone call was Mr. Marcus. And you heard how that phone call made Jack Vesey feel. And this is directly from his testimony. They were concerned about the testimony that I was going to give and how I might implicate other people. And then he said, "I'm glad I didn't have my blood pressure checked when it hit." I don't mean to sound sarcastic. It was a very uncomfortable phone call. And to this hour, I don't understand why that ever occurred. I feel it was enough to make me feel uncomfortable to not want to come in and testify. That was my initial reaction. It still is. You know, it's the day I'm coming in to testify, and all of a sudden I get this call. I was very uncomfortable. I don't know why that call was made. You get to make that decision. But he was brave anyways, and he came in here and he testified and he told you the truth, and he did that because that was the right thing to do. And you know who else was really brave? Carrie Ann. She was brave and she was persistent, and you know how terrified she was of Nicholas Cruz. She told you that she would drive to work and her stomach would be sick, knowing that she was going to have him in her classroom. But she didn't want him expelled. She didn't want him suspended. She wanted him to get help. She knew that Westglades was not the place that he belonged. And she went to people. And some people helped. And other people said he has every right to be here. But you know what else she did? She kept 152 pages of documents related to Nicholas Cruz for 8 years. And why did she do that? Because she was concerned that the copy she gave to the school would disappear. When we got the school records from the Broward County School District, we didn't get those records. We got those records from Carrie Ann. So it turns out that Carrie Ann was right. That records disappear. We know that eventually Nicholas got into Cross Creek. He got the services that he needed. We also know that at Cross Creek you have an individual education plan and that you work at the level that you're at academically, and that you get services throughout your entire day. And Dr. Scott referred to Dr. Klein's evaluation. This is the evaluation that got Nicholas into Cross Creek, one of them. And of this 7-page document, which I encourage you to read, he took 2 words out of this entire document. Deceives others. Because that's what supports his diagnosis. He didn't want you to look at the whole report, right? Because if you looked at the whole report, then you would know that they did some academic testing before Nicholas went to Cross Creek. And you would know that when he was 15 years old, he was reading at a grade equivalency of 4.9. A math equivalency of 5.4, and a writing level of 3.3. So let's talk about that upward academic trajectory he was telling you about. It doesn't exist. And if you look at the records, that supports that. And you can also read the psychosocial evaluation that was done by Ms. Posey. She testified. And she told you that Linda was desperate to get the right diagnosis, that it was not just ADHD. She was screaming for help. And just like Mr. Satz said, she had been doing it for years. That's the level of frustration that Dr. Jones was telling you about when parents are up against the things that they have to face before they know that they have a child with FASD, and the importance of a proper diagnosis. And the state could not bring in one academic provider throughout his whole academic career to tell you that he didn't continue to struggle. Not one. And we know socially from the testimony that we heard, the records that we reviewed, that he continued to struggle with that issue and through his entire life, and he still does. And the state of Florida could not bring in one witness that actually knew Nicholas, that grew up with Nicholas, that taught Nicholas, that provided him with services, to come in here and tell you that he was not socially impaired. A language disorder is a hallmark of FASD. It's not a personality disorder. And that's why Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny wanted you to disregard it, so you wouldn't consider FASD. And we know that Nicholas suffered from severe anxiety his entire life. But Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny didn't want you to think that. An anxiety disorder is a hallmark feature of a child that has FASD. But if you disregard it, he only had it in 3rd grade, then you're less likely to believe the truth. And Nicholas suffered from depression, and that is also a hallmark of FASD. Nicholas also suffered from OCD, a hallmark feature of FASD. But Dr. Scott wants you to ignore the medical diagnosis from 3 providers that actually knew Nicholas, that saw Nicholas and provided him with treatment, and say he doesn't have it. Because if he has it, then he doesn't have FASD. And just because a kid can swim with floaties doesn't mean they can swim when you take them off. And that's what happened when Nick went to MSD. Dr. Scott tried to tell you that everybody wanted him to go there, that he was doing so well. But we know that that's not true because the ESE specialist did not want him at MSD. The LEA specialist did not want him at MSD. It was not the right placement for him. And when those people went to Denise Reed, the assistant principal at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, she was in charge of ESC, they were told to stay in their lane. He never should have left Cross Creek. That is the environment that he belongs in. And here's another almost terrifying thing. Dr. Ortiz, her progress note, psychiatrist from Cross Creek, wrote in her notes that because of Nicholas's fascination with the military and his fascination with guns, that junior ROTC was not recommended, not advised. And not only did Nicholas take the junior ROTC class, but he enrolled in marksmanship. And we know from Dr. Scott, the clip that you saw, that at MSD, in the marksmanship class, in the junior ROTC, is where he learned how to shoot a gun. Despite the psychiatrist saying he should not be involved in that. All of the evidence that you have heard and seen that is supported by the records, no, everybody told you that Linda never truly appreciated what was wrong with Nicholas. She loved Nicholas very much. And she loved Zachary very much. But if love could have fixed everything, then everything would have been fine. But the evidence has shown you that Linda consistently minimized, enabled, ignored, excused, defended, and ultimately lied to the very people that were trying to help Nicholas from what he needed the most. What Dr. Jones tells you is the most important thing, a proper diagnosis. And with a proper diagnosis of FASD, maybe Linda would have had the relief and the hope that Dr. Jones talked about, that parents get when they finally understand what is wrong with their child. She would have realized she was not a bad parent, and that Nicholas was not a bad kid, that he was a mentally ill, brain-damaged child. But Linda lived in the world that she had created in her 4,500 square foot house. It's a consistent theme throughout her life. And in that adoption report, if you choose to read it, there's a lot of information about Linda's life and where she grew up, how her mother abandoned her, a lot of the things that I told you in opening statement. And Linda's financial insecurity, the betrayal and abandonment that she felt from Roger, forced her to put locks on fridges, ration food from her children, kept the house thermostat at 80 degrees, and she would tell people that she didn't have any money to buy food for her children so people would bring groceries. And at the very same time, she had over $800,000 in the bank. It defies logic. But Linda wasn't thinking logically. She was an overwhelmed, lonely mother of 2 very difficult children. And every provider, Dr. Kravitz, Dr. Negan, you have the records from Dr. Dejani, all told you that Linda was not compliant with recommendations for treatment. She was not compliant with medication. And she would try and save money by not giving Nicholas the medication that he so desperately needed. And Dr. Negan made a recommendation that Nicholas should go into a residential treatment place, a facility. And we know from Steve Sinkoff that she didn't want to do that because she would lose his Social Security benefits and she couldn't survive. That's part of the shame and the stigma that Dr. Jones tells us about. We have tried with every fiber of our being to bring you all of the information that you need in order to make the best appropriate decision from people that were actually involved in Nicholas's life. And ladies and gentlemen, you have to make a decision about whether or not another human being lives or dies. And I am sure that this is not the first difficult decision that you've had to make in your life. And when you have to make difficult decisions, I'm sure that you may talk to a friend, you may seek spiritual guidance, you may do some research, you may consult an expert. And when you have to make a life or death decision, do you want an expert that is a generalist, that practices a little bit of everything? Or do you want an expert that specializes in the area of FASD? Do you want a jack of all trades? Or do you want Dr. Jones, who is the leading expert in the world? He literally was the first person to diagnose somebody with FSA, fetal alcohol syndrome, in 1973. Do you want Dr. Connor, who is the #1 neuropsychologist who specializes in what? FASD. That's it. Or do you want to listen to to Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny, who have admitted to you that they are not experts in FASD? But what do? They come in here and they try and tell you that Dr. Connor's testing is flawed. But what does Dr. Connor tell you? Because he's an expert in FASD. That he has developed a very specific battery over his 30 years of experience. A battery that has been published and peer-reviewed. A battery of tests that is specifically designed to see if somebody has FASD or neurological impairments. And that's why his chart looks the way that it looks. Because those tests are designed specifically for that diagnosis. So, Dr. Denny, board certified, highly credentialed, wants you to look at all of the testing that isn't even related to FASD. So you decide who is more credible, who you want to rely on when you're making a life or death decision. Do you want to rely on the #1 experts in the country on FASD? Or do you want to rely on 2 experts that are not?
Okay, we have a number of jurors that need a break. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case. Please leave your notepads behind, and we'll take a 15-minute recess so that you all can use the restroom. Thank you. right, the jurors have been excused. A number of them needed a break. So we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Are we missing? Oh, okay. No, all of the jurors are present. My phone was leaning down, so I wasn't sure. I didn't see you. Okay, everyone else may be seated. Defendant, whenever you're ready, you may continue.
Thank you. I know that you guys are getting tired, so I'm going to try and wrap things up. Please understand how important this is, and I feel like I want and need to tell you everything. One of the things that Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott, two experts working for the state of Florida, paid over $400,000 to come in here and tell you that Nicholas Cruz wasn't mentally ill. This is the DSM-5 TR. All the experts have talked about it. It is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, is in this book for a reason. Because they are mental illnesses. And Dr. Denny wants you to think that just because it's in the Bible for mental health, that it's not a mental health disorder. And one of the benefits of working with so many wonderful people is they remind me when I'm wrong. So I want to clear something up because I misspoke, and I never want to mislead you. But what Paul Gold told you when he testified is that as a result of this event, he vowed to save 17 people's lives so that he could try and help the horror of what happened. And that's when he donated to the Underground Railroad, which has saved hundreds of women from being sex trafficked. So I did not mean to mislead you, and I thank my team for correcting me. There has been a lot of conversations about IOM, CDC, Canadian guidelines, domains. It's all really confusing, and I understand that. But remember what Dr. Denny told you, that real world actions trump any testing. This is Nicholas Cruz's real world actions from before he was born. Remember that when you make your decision about whether he should live or not. And Dr. Denny wants you to believe that Dr. Connor twisted the diagnosis. So let's talk about very briefly the CDC guidelines and what they actually require. A deficit with 1 standard deviation. Not 1.5, not 2 standard deviations. The CDC guidelines require 1 standard deviation for a deficit, and that is what Dr. Connor used. And the CDC guidelines also said, and I can't even tell you how many times Mr. Secor said this to Dr. Denny, and he wouldn't agree with him, but he doesn't have to, because the CDC guidelines are Because 2 federal judges in 2 other cases wrote opinions that Dr. Denny does not follow guidelines in those 2 cases, and they found him to be less than credible. Take that into consideration when you weigh and evaluate his testimony. The state's doctors and the state want you to believe that Nicholas can control his behavior. And because he can control his behavior, he only has a personality disorder. They gave you consistently 4 examples, maybe 5, in his 24 years of life that he has successfully been able to control his behavior. When he was in Coral Springs Elementary, when they said, we're going to call the school resource officer, he controlled himself. Agreed. When he was at Westglades Middle School, when the vice principal came into the classroom, Nicholas controlled himself. I agree. When he was with Dr. Denny and when he was with Dr. Scott, he controlled himself. Maybe I missed one. Please rely on your memory about his level of control. And how beneficial was all of that stuff that Nicholas told Dr. Denny and Dr. Scott? What was the secondary gain by telling him all of the horrible things that he did to animals? That he thought of people? Baking? I don't think so. It's another interesting thing that Dr. Denny said when Mr. Secor was talking to him. He was talking about cognitive abilities and brain development. And what Dr. Denny said is, we know that brain development of a normal person goes into the early 20s. And we know that Nicholas isn't normal. But a normal brain's development goes into their 20s. So you can consider that a mitigation. We are not here to suggest that you don't punish Nicholas Cruz. We're asking you to take into consideration his damage when you make that decision. And as you consider and weigh mitigation, and I told you over and over again that mitigation can be anything, and it's reasons for life. And it can mean different things to different people. And you can give it as much weight as you want a particular circumstance, and you can disregard it because it's an individualized moral decision. But as you listened to the testimony over the last couple months, were there things about Nicholas's life that you wished hadn't happened? Are there things about Nicholas's life that didn't happen that you wished had? Are there things that he didn't get that you wish he would have gotten? Was he missing people in his life that you wished he hadn't missed? I suspect you would answer yes to each of those questions. And every time you do, that's mitigation. That's a reason for life. And one of the most important people in Nicholas's life, his external brain that Dr. Lyons talked about, Linda Cruz, died on November 1st. And sure, he may have been searching and doing planning and wanting to be a mass shooter. He told everybody, remember, the state told you that. I wish people would have listened. I wish people would have done something. But he didn't do it until after he lost the most important person in his life, his mother. The one thing that kept him together. There is no punishment that you could ever give Nicholas Cruz that would ever make him suffer as much as those people have and as much as they will continue to suffer every single day. And sentencing Nicholas to death will not change that. It will not bring back those 17 people. Sentencing Nicholas to death will literally serve no purpose at all other than vengeance. And you have heard emotional, heartbreaking, gut-wrenching testimony from the loved ones of the people that Nicholas murdered. But we talked to each and every one of you about that. They came in here, those families, to tell you how unique their loved ones were and the impact that their loss has on this community. And they had every right to do that. But you promised and you took an oath that as difficult as it will be, you will not take that into consideration when you do your weighing and your deliberation. Victim impact statements are not aggravators. You cannot consider it. The only aggravation that you can consider is the 7 things that Mr. Sachs talked about, if you believe that they were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And even if you believe that all 7 aggravators were proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt, every one, they're as heavy and as weighted as an aggravator could possibly be, you can still vote for life because you are never required to vote for death. The law is satisfied with the life verdict. You have to agree on all of the aggravation because aggravators are facts. You can agree on that. You do not have to agree on mitigation because mitigation is different to different people. And it can come from anything in Nicholas's life, his background, how he behaved in this. Oh, that was the other control thing, right? He can control his behavior in the courtroom. But I think it was Mr. Secor that reminded Dr. Denny that he's medicated and he's under psychiatric care. He's being treated by the jail psychologist. He didn't want you to know that, right? But you can take anything into consideration for mitigation. Anything you heard here, anything you saw, or anything that you believe in your heart and your soul. And you don't have to defend it, and you don't have to explain it. And the law recognizes and authorizes you to give a sentence based on mercy alone. And sometimes the people that deserve the least amount of compassion and grace and remorse are the ones that should get it. It is important to remember that what Nicholas may do in the future cannot be a reason for death. So those letters that they showed you, the school shooter stuff, those pictures that show his visual spatial, you can't take that into consideration. It's not an aggravator. But what you can take into consideration is what positive things he can do in the future. We always know that Nicholas suffered and continues to suffer with an internal struggle. That's why he's searching for response times to mass shootings. And in the same time, the same hour, why don't I have any feelings? Homicide hotline. How do I get help? It's this conflict inside of him. So that's why he can talk to Scarlett Lewis, one of the most amazing people I have ever met in my life. A pure example of love and grace and compassion and mercy. Her son was murdered by a school shooter, and she has dedicated her life to talking to those people so that she can provide emotional and social learning to young children. So that it never gets to the point where the only solution is an AR-15. Nicholas is the only surviving school shooter that has gone to trial.
Objection, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Look at what we have already learned. FASD, mental illness, what happens when people don't do their job, when the school district doesn't do evaluations. What
Objection,
else?
Your Honor. Third party.
Sustained.
What else could we learn by keeping Nicholas Cruz alive? We could use him to learn, to educate others.
Objection, not in evidence.
It's
Sustained.
mitigation.
Sustained.
Individuals that are not mentally ill do not take their hemorrhoid blood and write 666 on the cell, on the wall of their cell. Think about that. He's not mentally ill. He doesn't have a neurodevelopmental disorder. A vote for death is a vote that will execute every part of his body, even the parts that he can contribute to the society. There are people that love him. Scarlett Lewis loves him. Trish Devaney loves him. Paul Gold loves him. His brother loves him. Pastor Black loves him. He means something to people.
Sustained. If there are things that were not brought forth in evidence, Ms. McNeil, you cannot talk about them.
Everyone agrees that even if you don't like those individuals that are voting for life, that you would respect their verdict. And when that person makes a decision that life is the appropriate penalty, we're done. You can ring the buzzer. This is a personal moral decision, like the decision you make when you decide to marry someone or not get married. What religion you want to practice, if you choose to practice a religion. Do I have children? Where do I send my children to school? It's that personal. So look into your heart, look into your soul. The right thing here, not the popular thing, is a life sentence. And if you have to ask yourself, how do I know if I'm making the right decision? If you follow the law, you're making the right decision. And I promise you that one day, I don't know when, but one day, I promise you, you will ask yourself, did I make the right decision? You will never regret voting for life. You can show Nicholas Cruz all the things that he did not show those 17 victims. You can show him the things that he least deserves. Compassion, grace, and mercy. Grace is not a limited resource. Compassion is not a limited resource. Mercy is not a limited resource. Sentencing Nicholas Cruz to life is the right thing to do. So I now put in your hands his life. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to, well, you all are going to get to leave a bit early today. I'm going to pass out this information to you about a little bit about what to expect for tomorrow. If you can do one copy each side, please, give each juror one. And this is a list that you can take home with you. But before I go over that list, I do want to remind you that even though both sides have presented their closing argument and all of the evidence is closed and the only thing left is jury instructions tomorrow morning, you still may not begin deliberating or discuss the case with anyone, including your friends and family members. You still are under my order that you may not do any research or look up any words or phrases or places on the computer. Please, you all have been great about abiding by this rule. Well, from what I'm being told, and you wouldn't believe how many people like to come back and tell me what's going on outside the courtroom. So, from what I hear, you've been excellent at following the rules. I very much appreciate that. But please, until I tell you you are relieved of that order, please take that order seriously. Please understand that it is of the utmost importance. Okay, now for tomorrow, I'm going to ask that everybody, meaning all of you, all 22 of you, be here tomorrow morning at 8:30. I am going to instruct, I'm going to read the instructions. As I promised, you're going to be given a written copy of the instructions. If you are on the panel of 12, and I'm not going to tell you that today, I'm sorry, but I'm not, you are going to be sequestered tomorrow after the instructions. And that will happen simultaneously when you begin your deliberations. So just in case there are any questions about this, your deliberations will take place on the 17th floor in the jury room that you all have been used to for the past few months. That's where you will deliberate, that's where you will do your work. At the end of the business day, and you know I define business hours to you, approximately 9 a.m. to approximately 5 p.m., give or take maybe 30 minutes here or there, that will be your deliberation time. The sheriff's office will, what we call, take custody of you or be in control of you and overseeing your every move, but they're also, if you look at it this way, they're going to be driving for you, they're going to be providing you breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're going to be by your side during the entire process to make sure that the rules are followed and that nobody tries to influence you in any way or approach you in any way. For tomorrow, I need each of you to please pack, I wrote a suitcase, could be a bag, with your necessities and bring it to court Wednesday morning. This includes, now I'm being very specific because there are things that a lot of people might consider necessities that are not when you're sequestered. You should bring change of clothes, however many you want, but I would say it's impossible for me or for you all at this point to know how long your deliberations are going to take. To be safe, I would say bring a couple sets of clothes, toiletry items, in other words, toothbrush, toothpaste, anything that you would pack for, let's say, an overnight, a weekend trip. Medications, please don't forget that. If you take daily medication, please bring that. Now, the next thing that you should bring or may bring is a book for reading. You may be saying, well, I read on my Kindle. Not when you're deliberating, you don't. Unfortunately, we have to take everything that's remotely entertaining away from you. You're not going to have a TV. You're not going to have a phone. You can have an old-fashioned, old-school book, and it can't be law-related. So it cannot be, and I don't make up these rules. These are just the rules. It can't be John Grisham's, I can't think of an example.
Judge's list.
The judge's list. There we go. Don't bring that. You can bring, my daughter right now is reading the Scarlet Letter, so that comes to mind. I don't see why you couldn't bring that, although the sheriff's office, just bring 2 books. So bring it back just in case, because I suppose that could be considered law-related. You're going to bring newspapers, magazines, nothing. So if you don't already have an old-fashioned book, you might want to go buy one. Again, it can be self-help, it can be anything, just not a crime, mystery, legal-based book, whether it's fiction or nonfiction. You're also going to be, if you wear an Apple Watch or a smartwatch, Garmin, there's a whole bunch of companies that make them, don't wear it. Wear an old-fashioned watch that just tells the date and the time. That's it. Because the sheriff's office will take it away from you. They'll give it back, but they'll hold it for you. So if you want to keep time, please wear an old-fashioned watch. Hopefully some of you have those still. And your cell phone, you will be able to bring a cell phone. However, BSO will keep the cell phone at all times. They don't go through it. They don't invade your privacy. They just hold it for you. Once a day during deliberations, you'll be given time to call home. But even that will be monitored by someone from the sheriff's office, just to make sure that nothing inappropriate is discussed. The other thing is that the lawyers were kind enough to remind me that many of you have, and I looked it up, the proper term is location services. Many of you might have kids. I know my daughter will call me and say, what are you doing in Wellington or whatever? And I'm like, how do you know I'm there? It's because she tracks me. Somehow we share the same phone or the same company or the same account, and so she's able to track me. You probably are all thinking, oh, that's easy, but if you have that, or if one of your children or your spouse has that, tell them, I'm sorry, but you have to turn it off. So anything with location services must be turned off, and any app that may track your location needs to be turned off. If some of you are thinking, I don't even know what you're talking about, if you go on your phone, because I looked it up just so that I could be specific, it says location services is under settings. And so you can go under location services and you can make sure that those are all disabled. Because you can't even tell your family what hotel you're staying at. It's super top secret. Think of it as some kind of secret mission, however you want to think about it. But we don't tell anyone at all where you're staying. Not that we have had any problems in the past, but we don't want to have problems where somebody may try to go to the particular hotel and try to influence you in some way. That's not acceptable, so we try to take every precaution that we can to make sure that that does not happen. So please, tonight when you go home, go through your cell phones and make sure that those location services are turned off. You should and can, if you would like, to provide your family members with my office number to use in case of an emergency. So if your family were to have an emergency or somebody has an emergency and they need to get in touch with you, they can call my office and we will get in touch with you. So not to worry that if you have a child or maybe an older parent that you care for, you won't be you'll be off the grid, so to speak, but I will be able to get in touch with you. And if they call my office, if someone doesn't answer, we will have someone monitoring that number periodically. So please tell your loved ones if they don't get an answer the first time, please leave a message and we will be checking it to make sure there's no issues. Now, what you cannot bring, I'm pretty sure I already went over this, but I'm going to say it again, smartwatch you cannot bring. Any electronic device, and I can't think of all of them because there are so many. Anything that can possibly connect to the internet, you cannot bring. Except for your cell phones, but I gave you that caveat that those will remain in the custody of the sheriff's office. Again, you cannot bring any law-related books. Don't bring any dictionaries. In fact, the only book you should read is for your entertainment. In other words, something that will keep you occupied at night after you're finished with dinner and things because understanding you're not going to have a TV or a phone. Alcohol. Don't bring alcohol. I will tell you that alcohol is not prohibited, but it also has to be monitored by the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office pays for all of your accommodations, your food, your lodging, your transportation. They do not pay for alcohol. So at night, you will all eat dinner at the undisclosed hotel together. And at that time, if you care to order an alcoholic beverage, that's fine. You're limited to 2, and you have to pay for that on your own. The sheriff's office doesn't pay for it. So, and you also can't bring like a flask or anything like that because they monitor everything. And understand also that they're going to go through your bags and make sure, even your books, they're going to go through them page by page and make sure there's nothing written in there that's inappropriate. So, tomorrow, 8:30, please bring your bags with you. They will be stored securely in the conference room, which is my conference room, and myself and the sheriff's office are the only ones that can access it. Your cars will be stored securely in the covered parking, where in the exact location where you all have been parking, and the sheriff's office will keep your vehicles secure during this process. Again, I can't tell you how long this is going to take. I don't know. I don't think anyone would be able to tell you at this point, but I would bring a couple of days worth of clothing, medication, and so on and so forth. If for some reason you forget something or you get a headache or something like that, that was my question to the sheriff's office. What if you need a Motrin? They can accommodate you. You just have to make that request. Other than that, can the attorneys think of anything that I need to tell them that I have not told them tonight?
No, you're right.
Okay. I will give you more instructions tomorrow and explain this further tomorrow. I don't mean to make it some kind of mystery, but that's the way it has to be. So, other than that, take Ms. Leeson. Yes, ma'am.
I've not been allowed to bring my knitting needles in through security. Can I bring them tomorrow so I can knit in the house? Knitting needles are not allowed because they can be used.
No, I know. One time I brought like eyebrow scissors and they took them from me. I bought them at lunch and I came in and like, you can't bring this. And okay. So let's see if maybe we can. Our knitting needles, they're not even pointy. Aren't they those big? I know they're pointy, but they're not sharp, right? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. We had to make the alcohol rule about the 2 drinks. Maybe we'll make a knitting exception for this year because, you know, it has nothing to do with law, and certainly it's something you can enjoy at night, and it's not an electronic device, and I think that's actually a great idea. So we're going to bring them tomorrow. Make sure you let the sheriff's office know. When you're coming in, the judge said that I could bring these, but it's pending a decision. And I'm sure the sheriff's office will take care of you because they're very nice, reasonable people.
What they're going to want to take is when I come in security from the parking garage.
Yeah.
Okay, so who walks in?
So we're going to bring our suitcases into security on the other side.
Hold on just one second. You have to bring your suitcases with you in the morning. It's because the sheriff's office has asked me to require you to do that as opposed to leave it in your cars because they have to go through security. So it's easier to have you all go through security with your bags as opposed to you all go through, I think you go through twice, do you not?
Yep.
So if you had to do that, then go back to your cars, then get screened again before anything else, it would be more time consuming. So yes, please bring them with you in the morning. The sheriff's office has assured me, just please remind them. If someone's there that's not normally there, if you have any questions, call my office. You'll still have your cell phone. Is there another question? Yes.
The attire for deliberation
Is whatever you're comfortable in, honestly. I understand that it's quite cold in that room, and I believe we were working on that today. No, that's okay. Weren't we working on the air? Oh, we're working on it, but you can wear whatever you're comfortable in. Did you think it was more dressy or?
Well, no, I was just curious.
Okay.
Me personally, I'm cold all the time, so I will still be.
Okay, so no, there's no, whatever you're comfortable in is fine with us. You will, when you reach a verdict, you will be brought back into the courtroom where the verdict will be published. So if you care about what you wear in court, that's fine. You know, we want you to be comfortable, so there's no specific dress code, okay? Is there anything else? And I will answer the rest of your questions tomorrow, but just please remember everything on this list. And we should be great. I'll see you all tomorrow at 8:30. Please leave your notepads.
Judge,
Yes,
we have just a quick.
sure. Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a safe drive. Please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. Everyone else may be seated.
Judge, can you go on sidebar for a second? I needed to make a comment about.
Sure. Do you all need a 10-minute recess before we finish the charge conference?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
have one.
Use this
Thank you. Okay, so what I would like to do is, Defense, you have this packet?
Yes, ma'am.
What I would like to do is, subject to the objections that were already made, I would like to go through this and see if there's any additional objections that you'd like to make, and I'll go page by page, and I'll ask both sides if there's any objections, amendments, or corrections. Okay? Okay? Sure. All right. Okay, page 1 and 2, which are the final instructions and penalty proceedings. State, do you have anything to add?
No, Judge, it's just, it looks possibly on your copy, well, indent the first sentence, members of the jury. I don't know if yours is indented or not.
Mine is not, but I'm not
We'll fix
that concerned about that
That's the
thing.
only thing.
Defense, is there any additional objections or amendments that you'd like to add to page 1 or 2?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's go to page 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, which, thank you, State, have added aggravating factors, page 1 of 8, 2 of 8, 3 of 8, 4 of 8. I think that makes it a lot easier to follow. The State, I can see, also put after the Roman numeral the actual number, and put in bold the actual title of the aggravating factor, so that it, to me at least, makes it more clear when reading. You know what, I'm sorry to be nitpicky, but I had original, and I know I asked you to do this, but as I'm looking at it, where you're putting, I'm thinking just the title of the aggravating factor should be in bold, and perhaps the subparagraph A, B, C, maybe we could either underline them or make them, I don't know if they should be bolded, because then it kind of looks like everything's bold. Does anyone have a preference, either side, or is everyone too tired to?
Well, the defense asked that all the mitigators be in bold.
Okay, I'm just on the aggravators.
Right, so because they're asking that all the mitigation be bold, but I think the state is fine with the way it is now, that the
Okay.
sections.
If the subparagraphs remain in bold, see how A is indented? Paragraph A, it's just,
On what page, ma'am?
sorry, page 3. Do you see how paragraph A is indented? So it's over, so it's obvious that it's a subsection to number 1. You see A, the crime of first-degree murder is a capital felony on page 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, but B is not indented. So to me, if I'm following these instructions, I'm looking at B as like it's the same as number 1. Do you see what I'm saying?
You want the second part of the
Just how you did paragraph A, so it's clear that it's a subsection, and because I'm looking at this thinking, is this a typo, maybe where they put letters instead of numbers? I just want it to be as clear as possible for these
Sure.
folks. Does that make sense? Does anyone have an objection to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to nitpick.
C and D also.
We'll fix C and D also.
Right, if you can do that, I think it would be a lot more clear. I'm wondering if we should have a page break between each of the aggravators. To me, this all reads like it's all part of one long, very long definition.
Yeah, break between each.
Between like 1 and 2 and 3, put them on their own page. I guess we don't have to. It's just, you see where it says E and then 2 and then 3 and then 4, they're all indented differently, so
I see what you're saying.
it appears as if perhaps someone has inadvertently used a number instead of a letter or vice versa. At least if we can just have the indenting the same, again. I'm sorry, this might not bother anyone but me. What's that?
I know, obviously.
Because I think, wait a minute, because you know when you read a statute, it's like 1A, B, 16, 26, and you're like, you have to keep going back to see, wait, am I on a new subsection, or is this all part of the same? That's the only reason I don't want them to think.
Well, would it look better for the court if you look at on page 5, number 3, the third aggravator, if the words engaged in the commission of a burglary are pushed over underneath the
It would. It would. It sounds like Ms. Chaponi might be on the same page as me, so maybe she can help you.
She's got the printed copy and we've got the computerized copy, so that's the problem.
Like, as it stands, if you look on page 5, number 4, heinous, atrocious, and cruel, looks like it's a subsection under number 3 because of the way it's indented. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't mind coming down and showing you if that would be easier.
Underneath 3 and 4, if you want,
If you look at
burglary should be that should be aligned with. I agree. It should be lined up with the same way it is for aggravator 4.
the actual aggravators, if they can all please be in the same space with the same indentation, and then the definition be in the same, so that it doesn't appear as if 4 is a subsection of 3.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Other than that, it looks good. Other than that, I know I just sort of gutted your format.
My problem is I'm looking at the computer screen instead of the printed. It's much easier to tell when you're looking at the printed. So.
Look, at the end of the day, if the words are all there, it's fine. I'm just...
No, but now see, by looking at the printed, I know immediately what you're talking about.
See, doesn't it look like
Yeah,
subparagraph 4 is a part of section 3? And
Gotcha. Yep. Fine. This is fine.
Well, some of this is
So for cold calculated and premeditated, judge on the bottom of 6, we'll do so that they're aligned. You can, it doesn't look as though. That's really picked up now.
I think 5, 6, and 7 are... It's only confusing when there's more than one number on the same page.
I'm sorry, Judge?
It's okay. It's only confusing when there's more than one number on the same page.
Right. But are you all right with the way the 6 and 7 work, or,
Yes,
okay,
because there's no other number, so it's pretty easy
okay.
to figure out what goes with what, in my opinion. Okay, is there anything that either side wanted to add as far as the aggravating circumstances instruction is concerned that has not already been made part of the record? Yes,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Okay.
So on page 8, at the top of the page, it ends the further instruction for this aggravator number 7.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Page 8.
I'm on page 8.
Okay, so at the top, you see that's the ending of the aggravator from the previous page.
It should be together. I agree.
Well, no, I don't care about that part. My objection is if you continue and the court wanted these headings, aggravating factors, it then goes into victim impact evidence, which, although the last sentence says you may not consider this as an aggravating factor, it's in the aggravating factors section. So I think that needs to be on its own page, maybe a heading that says victim impact. I don't really care, but I don't want it to be in the section of aggravating factors. And then after that, we could do a heading that says reasonable doubt, because the rest of this section is just the reasonable doubt instruction.
Your Honor, in the jury instructions prior to these jury instructions, the Supreme Court had victim impact towards the end of way towards the end of the instructions, past the mitigation and whatnot. Then they moved it to where it is now in 2018. That is the current position for victim impact, going by the court's current instructions.
Right, I'm not suggesting that it be moved. It's just, and the standard instructions don't have the headings the way the court wanted, and I don't have any problem with that. I have a problem with victim impact evidence being in the aggravating factors section of the jury instructions if there is going to be a section.
Well, because it's what aggravating factors is and is not. And I can start by saying I'm going to define what an aggravating factor is and is not, if you want. But I think what the state is saying is if we hadn't have organized it the way I asked, it would still be all part of the same instruction. We just wouldn't be organizing it in this way.
Right, but the page says at the top, aggravating factors 6 of 8. I don't see any reason why we can't put that on its own page with a heading that says victim impact, and that's the only paragraph on the page, and then we start a new page that can just be called reasonable doubt.
Except that that's not all reasonable doubt that follows, Your Honor. It talks about what an aggravating factor is and how to arrive at it. So it's really a misnomer to call that section that follows reasonable doubt.
Okay, then just do this. We'll take off my organization heading. We'll just do we'll just do the numbers, the page numbers, and take off. We'll put aggravating factors on the first page and then take off aggravating factors off all the rest and mitigating circumstances. We won't do it that way on any of the instructions then. My intention was not to have it mislead anyone. It was just to keep it organized, but I see what you're saying. So we'll just put aggravating factors once, okay? Ms. Curtis, is there any objection to just removing the title?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, I think taking that off, and then that means we have to take it off of all the other subsections, and okay, let's just take off the headings. And they can figure it out by page number, okay? All right, mitigating circumstances, is there any, first of all, with regard to mitigating circumstances, I had the opportunity yesterday to read the Beasley case, and pursuant to Beasley, I am finding that the death of the biological mother, who the defendant met for the first time while in the Broward County Jail after the incident, is not to be considered as mitigation, and I appreciate the defense not mentioning that in closing because I had not made my decision yet. So I don't know if that paragraph is still in here.
We took it out, Judge.
Okay. Are there any other corrections, amendments, or additions other than on mitigating circumstances? Just have that title on the first page, please, and not on the other pages. State, is there any other objections, amendments, or additions?
No, Your Honor.
Well,
Defense?
The defense did list their new mitigators today, so.
They did, you said?
They did. They sent them.
Well, these are your names. The last thing you sent me today.
This is what I sent you.
Yeah.
Are those included in the proposed instructions that you gave me?
Yes, these, as far as I know, were the defense's final mitigators.
Right, it's the same that we originally sent. We just took out the one about meeting Ms. Woodard. We took out the one about rule out autism, and we just added one that he pled guilty.
Okay, State, is there any objections,
No, Your
amendments, or
Honor.
additions? No?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any objections, amendments, or additions as proposed?
No, ma'am.
Okay? Let's go to,
When you go to 17, Judge, that was where you said, when we finished mitigating, you said, well, just push it down, but don't give it a header. That's why there's no header for 17.
that's
and-
fine, since we're taking off really the headers anyway, okay?
Mhm.
So is there any objection to the standard instructions on page 17 and 18 as proposed, other than was already mentioned yesterday?
Nothing to state, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Okay, weighing the evidence. I would like to, is there any objection to keeping the heading weighing the evidence page 1 of 2, weighing the evidence page 2 of 2?
No, ma'am.
No, Your Honor.
All right, is there any objections to the way it's proposed, weighing the evidence? Other than obviously what was raised yesterday, if anything.
Nothing to state, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay, rules for deliberation. Page 21, is there any objection, amendment, or addition, State?
No, not on 21. I do have 22. I have something.
Okay, defense, page 21, any objection?
No, ma'am.
Page 22, State, you said you have an amendment?
Well, I just wanted to say to the court, we'll take out the words judge reads verdict form. If that's what the court wants to read, I just left it in there to make sure if that's where you wanted to, go ahead and read the verdict forms. If we'll take that out, obviously, and we'll just leave it as they are as follows.
Sure, I can figure it out, thank you.
That was the only thing I just wanted to bring to your attention, and we will add in 2.1A.
Okay, so let me just look at the exhibits.
There was a discrepancy between the way the Florida Supreme Court wrote the death penalty instructions, when it came to, they didn't put in there picking a foreman. They just, all it says is, in just a few moments you'll be taken to the jury room by the court deputy when you have reached decisions in conformity with these instructions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Klamer?
The form should be signed and dated. I'm sorry. In just a few moments, at the top of page 22. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. When you have reached decisions in conformity with these instructions, the appropriate form should be signed and dated by a foreperson. Now, I know in the regular jury instructions, there's like a section where it says one of the first things you'll do when you go back.
You were going to add that, were you not?
I thought the court had said that, but I wasn't 100% sure, so I didn't put it in.
Let me, I thought I referenced the instruction yesterday. Let me.
I went and found, I have the instruction.
Is it 2 point, I don't remember. I think it's 3.13. 3.13, submitting the case to the jury?
I think it's 3.13, I'm looking at it. Yes, it says the first, in just a few moments you'll be taken to the jury room by the deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreman, or foreperson, who will preside over your deliberations, and so forth. So 3.13.
Does it say somewhere in here that if they have a question, they're supposed to give a note to the bailiff?
Yes.
Where's that?
It's 1, 2, 3. Oh, and all the state's instructions, I don't have it, Judge, or the instructions.
Why do they leave those very important things out? You said it's not in the state's version?
Oh, I don't know, I don't have a copy, Judge. They're fine.
There was a notation for them to, if they had issues with the exhibits that we talked about yesterday. But it also said if you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy signed by the foreperson.
Where is that?
Page 23 toward the center.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And Ms. Bachman, you said the instruction regarding picking the foreman is 3.13. Submitting the case to the jury?
Yes, it's the first paragraph that talks about the foreperson, picking the foreperson.
So this, what's not in our forms is the first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard.
I mean, is there something that says there shouldn't be a foreperson in a penalty phase trial?
No, I think we should add that,
Okay.
those sentences into the paragraph.
Otherwise, I imagine they might go back there and like, what is the first thing we're supposed to do? At least if we tell them, pursuant to the instructions, it makes it clear.
We already have the part at the end of that.
So just the part that is not included,
I'll add it.
please add it.
I believe, Judge, if you look under where I had originally put Judge Reed's verdict form.
What page, please?
22.
Okay,
There's a paragraph that starts during deliberations.
okay.
Okay. It looks as though the standard 3.13 has more language in it than the Supreme Court has for penalty phase. They have, in addition to what we have,
This is like the first amended complaint versus the second amended complaint. Did anyone ever have to go through those and see what's different? And sometimes it's one word. Anyone do civil?
not a lot
The
of
15th amended complaint, what's the difference? So,
I think what I see is missing is until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about the. No, I'm sorry. are not able to communicate the restrooms. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns.
I don't remember that part. That must be a new addition.
So if you would like.
Where is that 3.13?
Yes, ma'am.
Gosh, man, do you remember that? I haven't tried a case probably.
I feel like you've read it before in cases.
The bathroom thing?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Oh,
You're in
Miss-
timeout. Charlene's in timeout. She said the juror can't have a knitting needle. She's gonna kill me. She's a rule follower. No knitting. I'm just kidding. Okay, sorry. You know what? I think I should print 3.13 and we should compare them side by side.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan?
Yes, because it looks as though there's some more that's missing.
I feel like I've never heard that bathroom thing before, but
I would suggest doing what you just said and to
Okay.
print it out.
no, I've been further. Kill me. It was, the instruction was amended in 2018. Just FYI, to add the bathroom break. Here's a printed copy of 3.13 for both sides. Okay, I think this whole instruction is included except for the first paragraph.
Well, again, except for that restroom.
And the
That restroom sentence in the second paragraph, Judge, doesn't seem to be in with the Supreme Court's instructions. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns.
I think it should be included.
Okay.
Does anyone disagree?
It's fine.
I mean, it's a little bit micromanaging, but I'm more comfortable following the standard instruction, even if the Supreme Court didn't put the whole thing in the penalty instruction.
That's fine, Judge. We'll add that,
Okay.
the missing language in.
For the paragraph below that, I don't know if that's somehow in conflict with the sequestration stuff, but
Where are you, please?
many of you have cell phones on page 22.
I read it. It doesn't conflict with it, so I figured it's okay. Many of you have
Okay.
cell phones. Oh, you know what? No, I've told them not to bring. You're right. On page 22, the 4th paragraph down. Many of you have cell phones, but you cross out tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices because I specifically told them and gave them a paper to take home. Don't bring those things.
So,
I will remind them that if they did inadvertently bring that, they need to leave it in their car. But I don't want to suggest as if I've changed my mind and now am allowing electronic devices. Do you understand what I'm saying?
yes, but you want to leave cell phones?
Well, because I told them they could bring their cell phones.
Okay.
So the rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any Just
take-
put phones
Phone, and take out. or any
into
other
the
place.
jury room. Kindly leave your cell phones on your seats where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate.
So wait,
Excuse me?
they're not gonna have their phones in the, when are they gonna have their phones?
At night, when they get back to the hotel, there's a certain period of time where they're given like maybe 10 minutes each, I don't even know if that long, to call their family members. So it's my understanding that someone from the sheriff's office escorts them to an area where no one else, a private area, and watches them while they use their phone to make sure nothing inappropriate is discussed. That's the only time. And then they have to give it back.
Okay, so they won't be carrying them when they come
No.
back in the morning or?
No, but I think this is good to leave in because it tells them, turn over your phones now so that the sheriff's office can collect them so that they know, okay?
Judge, on the top of page 23.
Yes.
Again, from what I remember what we discussed yesterday, and I don't know if I got it exactly right, so I'll read it, and if you want me to change it, that's fine. During this trial, it starts on page 22, last sentence. During this trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. Prior to the start of deliberations, you will be shown how to operate the equipment in the jury room, which will allow you to view or hear any recording.
I think that's perfect. Are there any objections to that wording? That's exactly what I think we all agreed to, that Ian would go in at the beginning, not discuss the case or anything else, just show at least a few of them how to work the equipment.
And Judge, after that, firearms sent back to the jury room will be rendered inoperable, so they cannot be discharged. And if you wish to view ammunition or biohazardous material, please put that request in writing, and we will decide upon the best way to facilitate that request.
I think that's perfectly worded. Are there any objections to how that's
fine.
I'll leave it as is. I believe the rest of the page is
standard
instruction.
okay? State, are you able to print a clean copy so we all can just have a quick look?
The additions I've got it. Well, I would need a little bit of time. I've got to type in the additions.
No, just cut and paste from the Supreme Court website, right?
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to tell you to do your job, but that would be a lot easier, right? Maybe not.
No, I can do it.
Or we can come at 8 tomorrow and we can look at them. Or 8:30.
They also need to go. We have to go to the top of the pages and remove except for the last two, right? Rules for deliberation.
Yes. Okay, so then just do this. When you finish, if you would just email myself and the defense a copy, please, everybody before court tomorrow, review the, third amended copy of the jury instructions, just so you all know, inevitably, no matter who does the instructions, there's like one typo or sometimes more than that. That's fine. When I read it, I will read it the correct way, and then we'll fix it before they go back to the jury. If there is one. Maybe there won't be in this case, but in almost every case, there's some kind of Scrivener's error, minor adjustment, which normally I can catch as I'm reading it, and then I will ask you all, are there any corrections, amendments, or additions before I send them back, and we will fix it.
And we'll get these to you this evening.
Is the jury going to be reading with you?
I don't normally do that, but it might not be a bad idea for people who are visual learners.
We would just have to have the copies, that's all. At the beginning. Which can be done, just.
We could put it up on the screen. Put it on the screen.
We could put it on the screen too.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Some people don't process things as well in an auditory way. Has anyone ever taken a test to see how you learn? Most people are visual learners, myself included. So you learn better when you're actually looking at it rather than hearing it. Okay, I think everybody is exhausted, and rightly so. So just before we conclude for the day, I just need to speak to the lawyers, please, on the sidebar. Okay, State, you were saying Hortense will know whether or not that's already been done.
Where are we at with that piece of evidence? Are we ready to do it? Is it done?
I just need, Judge, I just need S19, so I can take off the videos that we agreed to take off, and then I'll enter the new thumb drive.
Okay, so that what's in evidence will be what the jury can view and
Yes.
nothing more.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's a good idea. Is there any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
He's going to basically substitute State Exhibit 19 with only the videos that have been entered and published, right? Okay.
That's fine.
Old 19 will be the old, I'll take them.
No, you're going to keep it a State Exhibit. It's just going to be an amended, it's not a court exhibit, right?
There will be an additional court exhibit with everything on there.
But,
So the other videos are,
okay, but for purposes of the jury having only what they should be able to view and nothing more, that should be a State Exhibit.
correct.
That's not what you said.
I'm saying that the ones that he's taking off, he's putting on another drive. Not court 11.
Yes, correct.
I'm telling you, he's kidding.
We have very, very competent people working in here, and I appreciate it. I tease them, and I mean it in a nice way. Charlene. Also, can two attorneys, well, I know, Tammy, you want to put something on the record. Will one attorney from each side, whoever is the most well-versed in electronics, go with Ian, please? Just to test out the equipment? I don't know which one of you
They're
handles.
just looking at me.
Okay. So he's gonna take,
Melissa, can it be our
Sure.
paralegal?
Well, then it's
Just-
fine, Melissa.
as long as there's somebody from both sides and not all of you, because then it's too crowded. Please.
Aaron would be the one to do but he's doing something else.
Okay.
Give us a few minutes.
Sure.
I'll go with Ian and Aaron will handle the other.
I'll handle the other thing.
Thank you.
He's just gonna put it in to show you all that there's only what's supposed to be on there, nothing more. It doesn't actually have to be anyone that's that savvy. Just so you all can see what the equipment is, so you know there's no internet access. Just make sure you show. Actually, I think an attorney should go too, please.
I think you're right.
I want you all just to look. He's gonna show you, but he's gonna show you all, Mr. Klinger, he's gonna show you that there's no internet access, but I want both of you, because I'm gonna ask you when you come back, that you verify there's no internet access and there's nothing of any substance on these machines, okay? All right, go ahead, thank you.
Are they going to test the drive also to make sure that your stuff works?
I'm sure.
Yes.
Ian, go with that drive with
Can you give them something to test?
go with that.
Somebody?
You've got the CD right there.
But mainly, Ian, I would like for you to show the lawyers when you turn it on, there's no internet access, there's no, I don't know what else there would be, but
There's a drive and a disc. That'll work. I just want you to watch my videos. So this is going to be recorded.
Tammy, is there something you wanted to put on the record?
Judge, I just wanted to ask, to make 3 items court exhibits that we were not permitted to enter into evidence. 2 of
Can
them
this
were-
be done while these guys are working up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them is the 7 kiosk requests that I asked to enter during Dr. Scott's cross-examination, and the letter that Mr. Cruz wrote to his brother. I wanted to make these court exhibits. They have stickers on the back. And then we had filed a motion for the court to take judicial notice of the tips to the FBI.
Can we do these separate?
Okay.
So the first 2 things you did try to enter.
Yes, and that was denied.
Right, that's my recollection as well. So we're not going to object to those being court exhibits. They did refer to them. They did try to enter it. They probably should have done a court exhibit at that point, but that's fine. It's fine as a court exhibit, I guess, to preserve the record of their objection during the trial.
What were those numbers again, please? Or for identification numbers?
6P and S.
And there's no objection to the court receiving those as court exhibits for purposes of appeal?
Correct.
Okay, 6P is, 6P is court exhibit 12, 6S, court exhibit 13.
And the other one is, is that was the second one?
Is that subject to the motion in, there was a motion regarding this?
It was a motion to take judicial notice of the FBI statements.
But there's more than that.
And then the call, the post, it's all of the documents regarding the FBI, the calls, the serials, and the statements that they.
There's more than there was on the motion.
Yeah.
Judge, is it okay if I come and get some of my stuff?
Sure.
Is there anything else that we need to address?
Oh, yeah, so there's one more. This is a composite of, so we filed a motion asking the court to take judicial notice of the 3 official statements of the FBI, and the 2 tips, one from Mary Hamill-Thiel and one from Ben Benay, the YouTube snapshot, and the serials regarding their interviews. We wanted to make these court exhibits because we were not permitted to go into these areas during the trial. So we just want this to be a court exhibit for the record.
So, Judge, we object. They never offered it in evidence during their case. They can't preserve it now. They didn't. Sorry. The purpose of a proffer is to preserve something that was denied to them during the trial. It was never denied to them to enter these specific items into evidence, and so it's over with. It's waived.
Judge, we asked during Dr. Scott's cross-examination, and we also asked to do a proffer of Mary Hamill, and that was denied. So we did request.
We did do an oral proffer.
Right, and during
that was after the trial was over. I mean, it was late then too. It wasn't during the trial that they tried to enter Mary Hamill's testimony. It was after the state had rested its rebuttal case that they asked to do that. It was too late then, and that's why we objected then. And it's still too late. They had to do it during the trial. They had to offer it into evidence, and if it was denied, then they can preserve the record by proffering it through a court exhibit. They didn't do it, and so it's waived.
Judge,
and it was about third-party negligence.
Judge, we're asking to make this a part of the record. During Dr. Scott's cross-examination, I requested that I be allowed to go into inaction prior to the offense as part of the lack of sophistication of planning, and that was denied. And the calls regarding the FBI and BSO, that was all part of it, and I was not permitted to go into that during the...
Okay, this is what I would like for you to do, and there's no rush. You can have 2 weeks if you want. I want you to file a written motion and state if you wish you can file a response, and then I will consider it at that time. But I can't remember what... There were so many motions, and I heard the issue of the FBI tips and these kind of things so many different times in the form of so many different motions that I don't remember the exact time, place, and manner at this hour, okay? So, Mrs. Curtis, I'll give you 2 weeks. to file pleading in support of your request, and I'll defer ruling, okay?
Okay.
And if you would cite, when the dates and times, please, just to refresh my memory.
Sure.
If you can.
I can. Do you want these or Judge Stevens' report? These are the 2 court exhibits they did not object.
Clerk, please.
Judge, the state and I were able to see that there is no.
Oh, hold on, everyone be quiet for just another second. Ms. Basham?
There is no internet capability. There's no way for them to figure out a way to get on the internet, and everything works as supposed to.
Okay, and state you're in agreement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
So
Thank
fine.
you. Thank you very much. We're in recess. What time tomorrow, Judge? I told the jurors 8:30 for a start time of 9, please. So if you can get here, a few minutes before, 8:45. I mean,